Good morning, all. This meeting is now called to order. We continue with the cross-examination of the witness panel comprising Messrs. Jennings, Graves, and Seal. I'm not seeing Seal. Mr. Seal, are you on? Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Seal, are you still a firm? You know you're still a firm?
Morning, Chair. I am.
Okay. Mr. Graves, still a firm?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Jennings, still a firm?
I am.
Okay. Intervenor team Watson and Simpson, you're online.
Yes, Chairman.
Okay. Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
So as we closed yesterday, Ms. Simpson, we recognized we were having some problems, so we were to continue your cross-examination this morning. You ready to proceed?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thanks. So once again, could you proceed with your cross-examination of the witness panel?
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. Okay, I'm seeing two screens with myself. You might want to flag that to the IT person. Your evidence so far, gentlemen, is quite interesting. I'll ask you to bear with me, a mere lawyer trying to get a handle on the intricacies of engineering and finance matters. But let's proceed. I recall participating with Dr. Alfar when he conducted a cable and wireless depreciation study. And there was a lot of visiting buildings, plant, and so on. Who in the company had primary responsibility for instructing Mr. Huck in his conduct of the 2017 depreciation study?
The depreciation dealt mainly with matters related to T&D and T&D infrastructure in relation to transmission poles and etc.
Yes, I'm trying to mute my mic while you speak, and there's a little delay sometimes in it coming on. When did construction of the Clean Energy Bridge actually commence?
The contract was signed in November of 2019, and the construction would have started in terms of the civil preparation. Before that, we would have started some clearing of the site and civil aspects in preparation for handover of the site to the EPC supplier. And then the construction, I don't remember the exact date that the EPC supplier came on site, but it would have been during the course of the following year in 2020.
And your proposed life for the bridge is 25 years, correct?
That's correct. Previous testimony has indicated the life for the Clean Energy Bridge.
Is this proposed life a Duff and Phelps recommendation or the recommendation made coming out of any depreciation study?
The Clean Energy Bridge was not included in the study that was conducted.
In 2020, Duff and Phelps was asked for a scenario of capital recovery for all fossil fuel generation by 2030. Is that correct? That's a question for Mr. Jennings. Mr. Jennings?
Sorry, I'm trying to get to unmute, but the administrator wasn't letting me come off of mute. The question was whether a scenario request in 2030 was requested. That was the question?
Yes.
Yes, that was requested.
Why didn't the Barbados Light and Power also request the scenario for capital recovery for the clean energy bridge, since it was already under construction at the time, or at least?
It's a good question. I don't know why it was not considered then. I don't think the clean energy bridge started construction in late 2020. I think they.
No, the evidence of Mr. Seal is that you started.
Sorry, not late 2020. Late is contract signed late 2019, and then started moving in 2020.
And so you were aware that it was going to be put in place. So why didn't you ask for an asset study to be done, asset life study?
I don't think. Well, to be honest with you, I didn't think of it at the time.
All right. Refer to the RB7 response to interrogatories dated 2022-06-30. And I'm going to read from that at paragraph 31. The methodology of arriving at the average service lives and the average remaining lives of all BLPC accounts, including the CEB. That's the question. The response: in its decision, the FTC approved the use of the straight line method remaining life technique and the method used to determine the depreciation of asset lives. The CEB has been depreciated using the same methodology, assuming a useful life of 25 years. And at question 17, what are the dates the Ministry of Energy proposed for the retirement of fossil fuel units? Is the Ministry of Energy aware that the CEB, which is recently installed, is a fossil fuel system? And in that response, as far as the applicant is aware, the Ministry of Energy, Small Business and Entrepreneurship is aware that the CEB is a fossil fuel plant. The dates the MESBE have proposed for the retirement of fossil fuels are outlined below in Table Wedge 6. And in that table, the date that the BLPC says is the retirement date for the CEB recommended by the Barbados government is 2046. Coincidentally, that is the same 25 years chosen by the company. Is that correct?
Yes, the life of the plant included the depreciation period used for the clean energy bridge is 25 years.
And has the Barbados Light and Power produced a useful life study for the 133 million clean energy bridge at any time?
No.
I'm going to read for you paragraph 50 of the FTC's decision on the BLPC's application for depreciation rates and depreciation policy dated March 25th, 2022. It is on the basis of that decision that we're discussing depreciation for generation plant. Paragraph 50, quote, life estimation reflects the estimation of the mortality characteristics of a plant category. Using statistical techniques and considering the history of the plant grouping, the life analysis estimates the service life of the plant grouping. Survival curves are used in this process, with different curves showing different forces of retirement. 51, survival curves are further used in estimating the expected remaining service life of the plant. The projected life curve considers how much the past is reflective of the future. This determination must take consideration of previous mortality forces and how those forces are expected to continue or differ from experience. Has the Barbados Light and Power produced, well, I think I asked that already. You've not produced a useful life study. Was the history of plant grouping considered in arriving at the useful life for the clean energy bridge? Mr. Seal?
Could you repeat the question?
Was the history of the plant grouping, that would be generation plant, considered in arriving at the useful life for the clean energy bridge?
As we mentioned, the life of the particular plant being medium speed is based on international standards, and that's determined to be 25-year life.
So that's a no to my question. My question is explicit. It is, did you do a plant grouping? Was the history of the plant grouping considered?
Your reference to history of plant grouping, we do not currently have, or did not currently have at the time of medium speed diesel in our fleet.
But you have generation plant.
That's correct.
So the answer to the question is no, we did not do a plant grouping study.
Yes, that's correct.
Was a lifespan analysis done for the clean energy bridge?
Not to my knowledge.
Was any peer group analysis done with respect to the clean energy bridge?
As we mentioned previously, our understanding of life for medium speed diesel is based on international standards, and that's determined to be a 25-year life.
So you recognize that you've done a peer group analysis for cost of capital, so you accept that principle. Did you do a peer group analysis with respect to the CEB? That's a yes or no question.
No.
Did you consider any data for medium speed diesels in similar operating conditions anywhere globally?
But I think my previous answer would suggest that, as I mentioned, we would have used the 25-year life.
Is that a no, Mr. Seal? Mr. Seal?
I believe counsel has raised his hand.
Chair, I'm getting a little uncomfortable with the indication to the witnesses as to how they have to answer a question. I would also like to remind that this is a panel. The appropriate person can choose to answer the question as opposed to Ms. Watson determining who must answer a question. At least one or two of these questions that have been asked reasonably should not have gone to Mr. C. So I'm just reminding as the fact that when it comes to issues such as generation, Mr. Graves is the person who deals with generation issues. Mr. Seal is T&D, and the panel is at freedom to choose who answers an appropriate question. Also, the idea that a witness must answer yes and no is not at the behest of counsel. The witness should be allowed to answer as they deem fit.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Watson,
we are repeatedly.
Yeah, just okay.
Mr. Chairman, what I will comment is this. At more than one time while the panel, your panel, questioned witnesses, they were actually directed to answer yes or no, because it is clearly a yes or no question. It does not serve us for any witness to repeat something that is not useful to the commission. And I note that the counsel for Barbados Light and Power had the decorum not to interject when the commissioners said to the panel, whatever witness, that they must answer the question as a yes or no. And that is appropriate in the circumstances, Mr. Chairman. I would ask, because I noticed that counsel will say that we cannot direct who must answer or not answer, but he's trying to direct who must answer or not answer. I'm asking the question to the witness that I think is appropriate. If any other witness wants to raise their hand and supplement an answer, then that's up to the commission to allow that. But I would ask that counsel refrain from directing my cross-examination. May I continue, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please continue.
Thank you. Mr. Seal, I don't think you answered the question. Did you consider any data for medium speed diesels in any similar operating conditions globally?
I think it would have supplied the answer to you before. As I said, we use international standards, and that was the basis for
Mr. Seal, there are explicit mechanisms that are used in determining service lives, and peer group analysis is one of those. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do, and that's also.
And so you understand that the answer industry standard is not an appropriate response to my question.
Ms. Watson, you just give him a chance to answer the question posed before you.
He did answer. He said yes, he understands.
But he was continuing, so I would ask that we allow him to finish his answer.
Go ahead.
And it was indicating that's also why we heard depreciation experts to provide the information necessary for that type of analysis, and that's what we would have done.
Except in this case, the company deliberately refrained from asking the experts from doing an analysis, a life analysis on the clean energy bridge. That's your evidence. So could you please?
I would not agree with that statement. We did not.
Well, that's fine. None was done and none was asked for. Is that
Ms. Watson, Levy, we know you're passionate, but at the same time, just allow Mr. Seal to speak, and then you will be able to comment or probe further based on his answer.
Yes, well, I think he's answered, so I'll move on. The answer I expect is a no. Have you considered any data for medium speed diesels among CARILEC members, DOMLEC, GRENLEC, JPS, for example?
We have already stated that the clean energy bridge was not included in the depreciation study analysis.
I've asked you if for the clean energy bridge specifically, because you're trying to put that into the rate base and depreciate it on a certain basis, and that's a cost to consumers. So I'm asking you specifically, did you consider the data, life data, for MSDs in any CARILEC countries?
No, not to my knowledge.
Were there any survival curves plotted for the clean energy bridge?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you perform any analysis of previous mortality forces with respect to the clean energy bridge?
Not to my knowledge.
Any net salvage analysis performed with respect to the clean energy bridge?
Not to my knowledge.
Any benchmarking?
Not to my knowledge.
Were any statistical techniques at all utilized to determine the useful life of the clean energy bridge?
Not to my knowledge.
Or interrogatories regarding the useful life of the 12 medium speed diesel units went unanswered by the Blpc. What is the useful life of those units? And I understand me clearly, not your chosen end of service dates, the useful life as you understand them.
Sorry, then which units you're referring to?
The MSDs, the small MSDs that you have in service.
The small diesels?
That's right.
Those type of units would typically have, those were units that were purchased that were already used. So the typical life for those are around 10 years, depending on how they are utilized.
Thank you. Refer to Exhibit C of the 2012 Duff and Phelps study. Do you have that?
I don't have that before me right now.
All right. Can anyone assist Mr. Seal? That exhibit is a comparison of span life for generation plant. I can go through it if that will be helpful. We will see that the asset lives in the study span lives for 2017 exceed those for the 2012 study by a range of 3 to 10 years. And for example, the 2012 span life for the GT number 2 was 26, 2017 is 32. You have that?
Ms. Watson, could you give us the reference so we can put it on the screen?
That's Exhibit C of the 2017 Duff and Phelps depreciation study.
What page?
I don't have a page number. It's an exhibit.
It was a response to an interrogatory?
Oh, no. What I have taken, I've taken directly from the study. They were referred to the 2017 study in relation to generation. And so what I have, I've taken directly from that study. That would be in the depreciation application.
Oh. Mr. Graves, you have Mr. Graves, I'm asking because Mr. Seal doesn't seem to have. Mr. Graves, you have access to that information?
Not before me at this point in time.
What about you, Mr. Jennings?
No, Chair, not at this point in time.
So that is, so no one has I expect that the company should be able to readily access that study. We're relying on it. That is at page 2 of the exhibits, not page 2, page 1 of the exhibits. Well, no, the page numbers actually aren't sequential. It depends on the exhibit number. But it's at page 19 of the study, 70-page study. Sorry, I'm giving you the wrong page number. It's at page 23 of that 70-page study. But I can go on. I think that what I'm going to say can be verified when that is accessed. Now that schedule, as I said, shows all of the generation plant in service at the time, and it gives a comparison of the study span life based on the 2012 study and the study span life based on the 2017 study. And when we average the service life for generation plant, including the PV system, that average is 31 years rounded up, and it's 35 years when we exclude the RE plant. Did you consider any average service lives in choosing a life of the generation plant in service in choosing the life for the clean energy bridge? Mr. Seal?
As I said before, the clean energy bridge wasn't included in that study.
All right. No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking is when you considered a life for the clean energy bridge. So we accept that you did not include that in the study, but you do have data coming out of that study that shows the average service life for your equipment. And it actually shows that the average service life for the equipment far exceeds what was estimated in that the service life for most of the equipment exceeds, or all of it exceeds what was included in the 2012 study by 3 to 10 years in some instances. I'm asking you if when you looked at the service life for the useful life for the clean energy bridge to use in this application, whether you consider the average service life of the plant that you have in service.
So as you mentioned previously, the service life is determined by international standards, and we had used 25 years.
All right, let's look at that international standard. Your evidence is that the lifespan is based on industry standards determined by OEMs. Can you provide us with that lifespan information that you relied on to establish a life for the clean energy bridge for depreciation purposes?
Yes, I don't have that with me currently, but we can provide that.
Thank you. And it is your evidence that, is it true that the rental medium speed diesels were only acquired at the demand of the Barbados governments when blackouts occurred in November 2019?
We would already have provided a response to interrogatory that indicated that as far back as 2017, we were investigating both rental and purchase for options for generation. And as a result, because we were doing those investigations as far back as that time, at the time of 2019, we were then in a position to enter into both negotiations with the Blpc supplier and also be in a position to be able to rent generation at short notice because we are already having those engagements previously.
Mr. Seal, I should tell you that I was part of the government's recovery team during the blackouts, and I was party to those meetings. My question to you is whether whatever research you did before isn't it true that they were brought in on the demand of the Barbados government in November 2019, after November the 19th, 2019?
We were in the process, having signed the agreement in November for the Clean Energy Bridge. We did make the determination to add additional supplementary generation until the Clean Energy Bridge could be constructed, and we were fast tracking that project.
I don't understand. Could you repeat that answer? I'm sorry. I think you broke up a little bit. Could you repeat that? Well, let me give you my question again, because I want you to answer my question. Isn't it true that the rental medium speed diesels were only acquired at the demand of the Barbados government when the blackouts occurred in November 2019, notwithstanding your earlier research into rentals?
No, BLPCs aren't necessary to rent emergency generation as a stopgap measure to supplement the reserves, given the challenges that we were facing at the time.
Okay. Isn't it true that the Barbados Light and Power Company agreed with the Barbados government through the Prime Minister that the company would not pass rental costs of those rental units onto the people of Barbados because of the absence of reserve generation capacity at the time of the blackout due to the number of generators that were out of service?
I don't, can you repeat the question? I don't
This is a question actually from Mr. Jennings as the finance man. I assume that he's the person who will make that determination as to whether you will recover the cost or not. Isn't it true, Mr. Jennings, that the Barbados Light and Power agreed with the Barbados government through the Prime Minister that the company would not pass rental costs of the rental units onto the people of Barbados because of the absence of reserve generation capacity at the time of the blackout? Due to the number of generators that were out of service at the time.
Yeah, so I was not part of the agreement with any agreement with the Prime Minister. I do not believe that the rental generation was as a result of inadequate capacity. I may be mistaken, but I do know that we did not pass the cost on of the rental costs associated with that generation onto customers.
And can you, in your knowledge as the head of finance, explain why you think that cost was not passed on to the people of Barbados? Or the basis on which you made that decision not to pass on the cost?
Like I said, I did not make that decision, and I don't.
Can you tell us who made the decision?
To be honest, I wasn't. You said you were there. I was not there when that decision was made.
But it's a company decision. So can you tell us who in the company made that decision?
I was informed. I was informed of it by the managing director, but I certainly don't know who actually made the decision.
Would you say then that the managing director is the proper person to feel the answer to this question?
I think that would be a reasonable position to take. Yes.
Thank you. Was the fuel clause adjustment cost to Barbados ratepayers from the rental unit? What was the fuel clause adjustment cost to Barbados ratepayers from the rental units that the Barbados government required BLPC to run as a result of the blackouts, Mr. Jennings?
Sorry, let me try and make sure I follow the question. What was the fuel cost?
To ratepayers.
For ratepayers, yes. Fuel cost of what, sorry?
From the rental units.
From the rental units?
Yes.
I don't have that to hand.
Can you provide us with that information?
That can certainly be checked. The amount of fuel as was consumed from those rental units.
The fuel clause adjustment charge. That's what I'd like.
The amount of fuel consumed and recovered through the FCA from those rental units?
Yes.
Yes, that can be sourced and provided to you.
All right. Mr. Seal, the memo of capital on capital expansion is your document. Is that correct?
Yes, I would have assisted with the preparation of that memo, the T&D component of it. Can you hear me?
Yes, I was just trying to unmute. There's a little delay there with the administrator. So you are not the person to answer questions on generation. Is that what we're saying?
I think we indicated that previously, correct.
All right, Mr. Graves, then. You can answer this question. I'm going to quote from the memorandum on capital expansion. Quote, however, the lack of sales growth and the transition to renewable energy, particularly the growth in distributed renewable energy, tempered demand. That's at paragraph 9. Between 2012 and 2014, Blpc developed an integrated resource plan which considered the government's plan to introduce up to 60 megawatts of combined waste to energy and biomass generation between 2016 and 2018. The announcement of the government's plans, along with changes to the government's licensing regime, the new Electricity Power Act, Light and Power Act, and anticipated reforms in the electricity market structure. Now, you cite these as causes for revising your investment plans regarding the retirement of the steam plant and installation of the MSDs that were supposed to have been retired in 2012. How, Mr. Graves, are those factors different from the market conditions when you decided to install the Clean Energy Bridge in 2019?
Okay, so back at around that time, during that period, there was the indication that these projects were going to be coming online, and as such, then the decision at that point in time was not to proceed. Coming closer now to down to the 2018-2019 period, when we started to look again at the CEB plant, those projects had not materialized, and there was no indication that any plans were being made for those projects to come online. The assessment then was therefore that they needed to have some additional capacity. So the conditions had changed, being that prior that there was the indication that there was supposed to be these projects coming online, and there was no longer the indication of those projects coming in the near future. So that was what would have helped the decision that there was need to proceed with the Clean Energy Bridge plan.
Mr. Graves, are you familiar with your revised integrated resource plan?
When you said revised,
that's the 2012 IRP revised at 2014, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is it correct to say that for all of your base world scenarios, you predicted that you would retire the steam plant and commission the new generating plant by 2016 in all base world scenarios?
So in those scenarios, we would have contemplated the introduction of the biomass and the waste energy plant, and those were not being commissioned by us, those were being commissioned by others. But based on the information we had, we would have used those in those scenarios. So yes, we would have used those in those scenarios, but they were not under the control of Blpc, and they were being developed by others. But based on information, yes.
Yes, that you, in all base world scenarios, were retiring the steam plant by 2016.
We were retiring the steam plant on the assumption that those other projects were going to materialize. That was the basis on which the retirement was being foreseen.
Which is the same basis that you contemplated retiring the steam plant in 2012 and again now. Is that correct?
The retirement of the plant now is on the fact that this Clean Energy Bridge plant has materialized. So originally the steam plant retire was based on the development of a project, a capacity by others, by IPP. That has not materialized, and the utility has saw fit to go ahead and install their own capacity, which now allows for the steam plant to be retired. So it's slightly different.
Sorry, very slightly. Am I correct in understanding you to have said that your request to tenderers for the CEB was for you to use this new generation plant for 25 years? So did I understand you right?
Yes, that is correct.
So is it really that the 25 years was actually suggested by BLPC and not the manufacturer?
I believe we would have given testimony both yesterday and today to the fact that we would have relied primarily on the industry standard, and then we would have incorporated what we see as the industry standard into our request for proposals.
Mr. Jennings, is the higher accumulated depreciation in the financial statements as a result of your concerns about stranded assets after 2030?
When you say the higher depreciation in the financial statements, what are you referring to? Higher than what?
There's a variance between your financial statements based on IFRS and the regulatory reports which reflect the approved depreciation. Is that higher depreciation in your, let's say, normal financial statements reflective of the company's concerns about recovery of depreciation costs?
No, the higher accumulated depreciation in the IFRS financial statements is on account of the adjustments to the retirement dates during the period between 2012 and 2017. What's filed in the annual regulatory reports, in my view, is not accurate because it does not reflect the remaining life and does not reflect the actual depreciation that would have been incurred. In 2012, so I have stated in my paragraph 12 in my memorandum on rate base that in 2012 an updated study was done and submitted to the commission when applied for approval, and that too was done in 2017. The IFRS statements are updated with that correct reflection of the depreciation, and that is the reason for the difference.
And the 2012 the lives that you submitted in 2012 were approved by the FTC?
They were not, no.
Can you refer to RJ2 appended to your June 2020 affidavit?
My June 2020 affidavit?
Yes, that's the affidavit that was filed with the updated depreciation schedules.
Oh, you mean for the depreciation study?
Yes. Sorry about that, yes.
I don't think I have that in front of me. Can you read to me what you have there? I can
okay.
Possibly try and
yes, that's fine. RJ2 is the, let me just pull that up. Hold a moment. I'm just going to give you the heading of that schedule. That schedule is PH3A, and it is headed by British Light and Power Company Limited, recommended depreciation and rates, recovery of fossil fuel generation by 2030 at December 2019. And you would recall that those schedules would have the following columns: account name, plant balance, curve type, average service life, net salvage, accumulated depreciation at 2019, amount to be recovered, average remaining life, recommended rates. Do you have a recollection of it?
I do have a recollection of it, ma'am.
Right. Is it the intention of BLPC to fully recover its depreciation costs by 2020? Or its asset life? Sorry, 2030.
As it stands now, the application and the rates, I think I gave testimony to that. I think you asked this question earlier anyway, but I'll say it again. The application that's in front of the commission now shows a depreciation shows a revenue requirement that is on the basis of depreciation, which reflects retirement dates as included in that table I, which none of that don't restrict them to 2030.
Okay, so that's table I1. That's what we're looking at as your.
I believe, but there's the table with the retirement dates. Forgive me if I don't have the exact table name right now, but it's in that memorandum.
Okay, I think I understand now that you're saying that that's what was used to calculate the revenue requirement insofar as depreciation is concerned. That's what's before the commission. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Graves, let's take a look at a further look at asset life. Now, because I was forced to view yesterday and not ask any questions, I was able to view very closely. And you commented with respect to the steam plant that life could not be extended beyond the quote unquote hard time of certain critical components. Do you recall that? I believe you were speaking about the sorry for interrupting. I believe you were speaking about the turbine rotor. And if memory serves, you mentioned 200,000 hours, 200,000 operation hours. Do you recall?
Okay, it's 250,000 hours
Right.
is normally lifetime of the rotor.
Okay. Can you explain for us the phrase hard time?
Okay, I'm not calling that phrase, but basically the any component has a set lifetime. So in the case of the rotor, the lifetime of the rotor is usually 250,000 hours. So when that number of hours that the rotor has run, it has come effective to the end of its life, and it has to be replaced. Now that is irrespective of the overall life of the plant. So we have had, and we've had it already in the past, where we've had one rotor that have reached the 250,000 hours. That rotor was in unit S1, and that had to be removed from service. And a spare rotor, which the company owned, was actually placed into that unit a number of years ago. Okay, so the unit is still available, but you have to replace certain components for it to continue to run the end of its natural life.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so would you expect that when you go out to tender and you specify that you want to operate an asset for a particular number of years, say 40, I'm basing that on the steam plant life, that they would fit the critical life limited components that have enough operational hours life to reach that time that you've requested, that lifespan that you've requested?
No, that is not generally the experience with any types of technologies, whether it's steam, whether it's the low speed units. Some of the major components, they have different service lives, and those components are designed in such a way that they can easily be changed out as they come to the end of life. But the main actual body of the engine would be able to survive the overall life. So in case the rotor and the steam plant, the rotor would have come to the end of the life. Okay.
And if when you reach the initial anticipated lifespan and you tally, are you hearing me?
Yes, I am.
Yes, and you tally the hours, and there are, let's say, lots of hours left. I'm obviously going to use my language. Would you not, if the other conditions are right, be able to continue operating the unit beyond the initial proposed retirement date?
Yes. So normally what would be done is you make an assessment of the various components, and based on the, to your point, to the condition of them, and in some cases you may need to do some investment, but analysis could be performed to determine whether you could continue to run the unit for a while longer against purchasing a new unit.
which is what you did with the steam plant in 2011. Is that correct?
Um,
that assessment.
we would have done an assessment somewhere. I can't remember the exact date, but yes.
Okay. And is this why you have determined that you cannot go beyond the 2023 retirement date without component replacement?
Okay. So the 2023 timeline would have come about based on looking at the changes that are going on in energy landscape at this point in time, the advent of renewables and that sort of thing, and also with engaging various stakeholders to determine how the industry is going. So based on that, then we would have developed an investment plan, recognizing we wanted a reasonable date to have the unit available till it was 2023. An investment plan would have been determined to get to 2023. In the event that you wanted to go beyond 2023, as I said yesterday, your level of investment would be different because you would probably need to retire and replace additional components to be able to extend the life to a different date later than 2023. So for a very quick example, if you have a vehicle, you want to run your vehicle to the end of next year, there are certain things that you will do on that vehicle to be able to get it the end of next year reliably. However, if your plan is to keep that vehicle for the next 5 years, your level of investment and the things that you will do on that vehicle will be different. And I will say they will be more extensive to ensure that that vehicle can serve you reliably until that 5-year period has expired.
Okay, I like your vehicle analogy because it breaks it down for those of us who are not engineers. I'm going to come back to that analogy, if you'll permit me, a little bit later. But getting back to the CEB, your spec for 25 years was for 25 years operation and for base load. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the company, Wartzilla, supplies to meet your spec specifically?
They would have indicated that I can meet the 25 years.
Mm-hmm. And that would be the minimum requirement then, is that correct?
Yes. Based on our requirement, we normally specify it needs to be 25 at the minimum.
Mm-hmm. And just for clarity, the manufacturer does not build every single component in the unit supplied exactly based on what you are, I'm sorry, that's just a group ring. I'm going to try to fix that if I can find my phone. I am, as I was asking, the manufacturer would not build every single component in the unit exactly to meet Light and Power's requirements. Is that correct?
That is correct, and they normally will give guidance. So in their manuals that they will supply with the engine, they will say certain items need to be replaced after 12,000 hours, some after 36,000 hours, that sort of thing. They give guidance as to what needs to be changed at what time they need to be replaced.
All right. So they would supply what they already manufacture that at least meets your specs. Is that correct?
The intent there, or the expectation, is that once you follow the guidelines in terms of how you service, how you replace the various components on the unit will be able to reliably be available for the service life, the 25 years.
Okay.
So it's not just buying the unit and then run it as you care to. You need to follow the guidelines of the OEM.
Mm-hmm. All right. So whilst I know that you've referred to the industry standard rather than a life study, let's discuss some elements of the CEB life. First, you stated that the tender was spec for base load. Right. Mm-hmm. Sorry, go ahead.
I just confirmed that is correct.
Right. So even if later in its life it gets to, let's say, relax, it's been built to deliver to perform base load duty, correct?
That's correct.
Just averaging from availability figures contained in your IRP and other information that Light and Power has published, I will use an availability of 88%. Would that be fair?
That would be fair.
Okay. So if that plant was spec'd for base load for 25 years with an availability of 88%, that you'd expect the minimum hard time on a critical component like a crankshaft to be at least 200,000 hours. And you can opine.
Yeah, I cannot tell you. I don't have the specific figures, the components in front of me. But I can follow you, the analogy that you're going.
Okay. So if we get to where we want to be in 2030, we expect that the usage will drop off considerably. Is that correct?
Yes, the usage will drop off as long as the renewable actually come onto the grid and we can actually transition.
Have you done any analysis on what your expectations are for that usage at that point in time when we have the 100% renewable?
So basically, between now and then, we would anticipate. So normally a base load unit would normally run at a constant load, flat out 24 hours a day once it's available. As we move more into the future and you have more renewables, what we anticipate is that those units, while they're base load, will have some variation. They will have to go up and down depending on the amount of renewables that are coming into the grid. As we know, a lot of it is intermittent in nature. As we get down to the 2030 timeline now, the expectation, and that I think that will be borne out in our own system expansion study, and also in the government's IRRP, would show a fall off in the output from those units.
Right.
What we have to consider though is that during the initial years, as I said, they would not have been running flat out at a constant load all the time. The constant moving them up and down is actually more stress on those units. What would be reasonable to do is that closer to that time, since it's still quite a way out in the future, I believe what would be the best to do is that closer to that time, that further analysis in terms of the condition of the units will need to be done to determine exactly if there is additional usage in the units, or if because of how they've had to run up and down over the initial years, that really and truly that there could be no more service life in the unit.
Right. But you're okay, I understand that. You're expecting some pretty big projects though, RE, to come online in the next, so we have, for example, the waste to energy in 2025, and we expect those to be supported by battery storage. Is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, those are the plans at present.
And if they do come on stream and they are not, well, they're supported by battery storage, so the intermittent component is moderated, let me put it that way, then you should have less of that requirement for the clean energy bridge to step in. Is that correct?
That would be correct, yes, provided that all of those plans materialize in the timelines as you specified.
And so if the clean energy bridge usage dropped off, let's say to, I'm going to call a number, you can tell me if that's unreasonable based on what you expect by 2030, 100% renewables, by 65%. So let's say 240 days per year. Are you aware that the life limited components would have remaining enough hours to support a 30-year life?
As I said, as I said, that could not be just determined like that, because we would also have to look at the manner in which those units would have been run. So as I said, because of the fact that they're probably going to be having to be going up and down all the time, the stresses on some of those components will vary, and they may actually shorten the life of those specific components.
So go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, an example of that is like on our gas turbines, when we have to do a constant cycling of the gas turbines, increasing load, reducing load, those stresses will actually cause additional stresses on certain components. And some of those components then end up having to be changed at a shorter lifespan because of the stresses that they undergo by the variability of the output from the unit. So analysis would need to be done. I couldn't answer that question straight off without analysis being done.
And you haven't done that analysis, is that correct? I mean, you've spoken to it quite eloquently and in a fulsome manner, which suggests to me that the analysis can be done. Have you done that analysis, that scenario planning?
The analysis has not been done because we now need to get operating the actual live data to be able to do that analysis properly.
All right. And if indeed we see that I'm going to ask in either direction, we see that the CEB life is less because of the stress on the operation of that equipment, or we see that the life can be expanded, can we expect that the Barbados Light and Power will come back to the commission for a revision of the useful life of that plant?
So for that question, I'll probably defer to Mr. Jennings, who normally will deal with the depreciation and that sort of thing.
Okay, well, I think that probably is a better question for your regulatory person. Mr. Jennings, there's no need to answer. I'll put that to Mr. Carter, who's going to be with us very shortly. I think that the regulatory team would guide on that.
But there's one piece that I would say to that though. We do look, and it's in my paragraph on return on memorandum on rate base. We do from time to time do depreciation studies, and I expect that would be reflected in the next depreciation study. I think a reflection on what the state and condition of the plant is and what its intended use is expected to be would be considered then, and the next depreciation study updated.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jennings. All right, Mr. Graves, or anyone on the panel for that matter, would you say that you make, or at least inform, the decisions that the company makes regarding the acquisition and the use of its assets? Mr. Jennings? Or is that
I'm sorry, I was trying to get off from mute. Repeat the question for me, please.
Would you say that you make, or at least inform, the decisions that the companies make regarding acquisition of and use of its assets? Or is that a decision, or is that the role of the asset management director?
Well, me personally involved in purchasing the assets, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So it will be informed by the assessments. I think it's pretty much a team effort where you have bits that get informed. I do inform some on the financial impact, at least my sense of the financing, but the need for it and the requirements for it and the specs of it would be some of the other two on the panel, and then there's some other people who get involved as well.
Okay. And I want to refer you to some testimony offered by both yourself and Mr. Huck during questioning by Commissioner Griffith. If you don't have the transcripts, I can read that for you. It's day 7 at line 1814. Do you have access to that?
I don't have the transcripts.
All right, I'll read it. So starting at line 1814 on day 7, Thursday, September 29, 2022, Commissioner John Griffith, okay, so at the end of, quote, okay, so at the end of 2019, Blpc had invested additional, I think from what we saw, $9 million in interim it says distinct, but I don't know if that's what he actually said, plant, and that's approximately 15% interim additional to that unit for just 4 years before it's set to retire. It is common to see such substantial investment in the generation unit before retirement. And that's the end of that question from Mr. Griffith. And you note that the commissioner asked, is it common? I'm going to ask Mr. Griffith to forgive me and assume that he implied, is it prudent? And as you can see, your colleague didn't answer. Sorry, that Mr. Jennings, you did not answer. Mr. Huck answered, and his answer was nothing helpful other than the observation that nobody wants to spend money unless you have to at the end of life, but sometimes you have to. Now, my question to you is, and when we look at, I'm going to preface this, and I'm going to ask Mr. Ali not to interrupt me because he allows himself the opportunity to preface his questions with some background. I'm going to do the same. There's a distinct note of indifference in Mr. Huck's answer, but of course he did not.
Objection, Mr. Chairman. The statement of a distinct note of indifference is argumentative because it's a true.
Withdrawn. It's withdrawn. Here it is. The commissioner has expressed his concern about the money spent. As the transcript shows, there is, and the evidence, a significant amount of money spent in very few years to extend life of equipment that's not useful. But as the transcript shows in early testimony, that cash injection had been discussed, and we're talking from as early as 2018. If I can go back to the transcript again at line 286, Dr. Elfar, in response to Dr. Elfar, Mr. Huck says, well, as has been explained here, and in the interrogatory twice, the average service life change and decrease for steam equipment in 2019 update because they were substantial on a relative basis. Additions made during 2018, 2019. So there was but the remaining life is still estimated the same. So therefore it is just mathematically has that severe, what I think you're suggesting, a severe change. It's just the math that results from it. And again, I'll note that the remaining life is a 2019 update. It's consistent entirely with the 2017. So that hasn't changed. Average service life has changed because it's a calculation. It's new weighting. So the actual figure between 2018, that's the end of quote, the actual figure between 2018 and 2021 is actually 21.5 million taken from the numbers, the additions to account 312. I'm going to ask you a very simple question. Was that a prudent investment given the service life, the remaining service life of that steam engine? Mr. Jennings.
Yes, I believe that to be a prudent investment.
All right, the chairman, or I think, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Now, in the regulatory reports, and I expect in your IFRS reports, your normal financial statements, between 2011 and 2015 or thereabouts, you recorded 3 or 4 consecutive years where the depreciation rate for steam equipment was 0, and the depreciation charge was 0, and the balance on the books did not change. Would it be fair to say that this is indicative of the steam equipment having come to the end of its period of cost recovery?
It would be indicative of the fact that it was fully depreciated, but it was still in operation as all of the evidence that we've submitted suggests.
So any news?
I think in terms of the question of prudence, I don't know if Mr. Graves has any information that might be able to support the question of prudence, but in my view, I think having the capacity has served us well, and I think having the capacity of the steam, I think Mr. Wendt yesterday tried to discuss that and went through that, and I think Mr. Graves had pointed out to him that the fuel savings associated, the fuel cost savings that went to customers, I think more than demonstrate the prudence of that investment over that period of time.
All right, sorry, I had my mic muted so that you wouldn't be disturbed. So any new spend that was intended to extend the life and be capitalized would have to be deemed prudent in order to be recovered from consumers. Is that your understanding?
Any additional spend would need to be deemed prudent for what? Sorry, what was the second
in order
part?
for the company to recover and capitalize. In order for that to be capitalized and recovered from Barbados Light and Power's customers, that would have to be deemed prudent by the FTC. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
The prudence would need to be demonstrated. I agree with that. Yes.
Okay.
And that's why I was saying I believe Mr. Graves did that yesterday in his testimony with Mr. Wendt, where he demonstrated that the amount of the fuel savings, I think I can't remember the exact amount now, but I think he was pointing out that the amount of the fuel savings by extending the steam plant, because the steam plant is still, it came out with the discussion on the merit order of dispatch. The steam plant is still more efficient than the other existing plant, and it would have resulted in significant fuel savings that are passed on to customers. And those significant fuel savings that were passed on to customers well exceeded the level of reinvestment that has served the customer between the 2019 date when the money would have been expended to 2023. I believe that was the testimony Mr. Graves gave yesterday.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. To the panel, and I expect that this question would be more appropriate for Mr. Seal or Mr. Graves. I'm going to ask it of Mr. Seal. It's a general question. Are you familiar with the concept of beyond economical repair? Mr. Seal.
Yes, I'm trying to unmute. Yes, I'm familiar with that.
And okay, let's look at that. The asset account shows a balance that is close to what you spent on that plant over its life. That's the steam plant. Would you agree?
The balance that you're referring to is
15. I believe that is the 15 million that you're seeking to recover over the 3 years. Sorry, up to 2023.
Yes, I think that amount sounds correct.
And in 2018, the plant was 42 years old, had already been life extended. And so imagine that this was the company's own money, shareholder money, that you were spending and that you weren't able to recover that from ratepayers. Would that several, let's say 20 odd million, be economical for plant that was at its end of life? Would that be deemed to fall within economical repair? Or would it be deemed to be appropriate given the assessment of whether the plant is beyond economical repair? I might be overcomplicating the question. Let me ask again. Would that 20 odd million be economical for plant given the life of the plant at the time?
And our understanding of the technical life of a steam plant can go as long as 50 years. So we, as mentioned by the Director of Finance and testimony previously given, we believe that amount would be a prudent expenditure.
All right, taking Mr. Graves' analogy of a vehicle, do you have any internal guidelines regarding when you choose to repair or retire any of your equipment, whether it's general or T&D or generation?
I think Mr. Graves in his testimony yesterday would have spoken to that, the various scenarios under which we believe that equipment, once we make an analysis, should be repaired or whether it should be replaced. He would have given testimony to that yesterday.
So I'm not clear. Is there an individual? Is that in each case an individual assessment, or do you have an internal guideline?
It depends on the nature of the plant. We do not have an internal guideline, but certainly we will seek guidance from the OEM, and once they give us an indication, we then make that determination from an engineering point of view.
All right. So using the analogy of a vehicle, if the company has a vehicle, let's say it's damaged, and you get a quote for $100,000 for repair, and or an amount that is half the original cost of the vehicle, would you consider repairing that vehicle to be economical? So a fully depreciated vehicle, would you repair it? That is half what it originally cost.
That's a matter, in this case, I think that while I appreciate the analogy of a vehicle, there are several considerations when you're looking at power plant or power equipment, because the implications can be beyond that. In the event that it is important to provide power or ensure that there is adequate reliability, those decisions also have to be taken into account.
Mm-hmm. All right, so it depends then on its use and benefit. That's correct. Mm-hmm. All right. But now we know that the steam plant is rated at 40 megawatt hours. Megawatts. Would it be correct to say that can give us an annual production, if it's working properly, of, let's say, 250 gigawatt hours a year?
Yes, 250 gigawatt hours a year is the traditional output of the steam station.
All right. And so we're talking about, just so the public is keeping pace, we're talking about 250 million kilowatt hours. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And for perspective, how many of those 150 kilowatt hour customers per month would that power, that 250 gigawatt hours, sorry?
I don't have that calculation before me.
And I've done a little calculation. My calculation is 140,000. Does that sound about right?
Well, it depends on, you have to indicate what usage the customers are using on average.
Sorry, say that again. That's the 150 kilowatt per month customers. So just that.
Okay.
All right. So over the first life of that unit, 40 years or thereabouts, would it be fair to estimate that that unit provided that 250 gigawatt hours annually in production?
During its initial life, yes, I recall it was around just over 200,000, 250 in that region.
Right. And so just to refresh, S1 and S2 went out of service in January 2019 and January and February 2019, respectively.
Yeah, Mr. Graves, in his testimony yesterday gave the dates. I think one was in February of 2019.
That's
February of the following year.
Sorry, say that again. I have January and February of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, I don't recall the dates exactly, but Mr. Graves gave the testimony in that yesterday.
Yes, right. I can confirm those are correct. January and February 2019.
Thank you. So the steam plant, let's start there at the point where both of those units were out of service. When you made the decision to put these units back into service, what kind of production would you have hoped for?
Okay, let me see if I can help with that one. So first of all, when the units, so one unit was returned to service, that being S1.
Mhm.
And then when we return it back to service, if I just take a look here, we would have achieved, let me just see what we would have achieved. We achieved approximately 83 gigawatt hours in 2020 from S1. That there we would have gotten, that there would have been driven by the fact that we had some additional work that we had to do on the unit, following on from the outage in 2019, which caused the unit to be out for a period of time in 2020. So we got about 83 gigawatt hours in 2020.
My recollection is that from the evidence before us is that that unit was taken out of service again on the 18th of November. Is that as a result of the blackout, or was that prior to the blackout?
That was taken out prior to the blackout.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear on that because I wasn't clear from how you just stated that. And that's fine. Are you aware that at the end of 2019, after spending nearly $12 million in 2018 and 2019 alone, I'm going to assume you're aware. Does that 83 gigawatt hours translate to the 12 megawatts that is stated in the heat rate report for December 2019?
The 83 gigawatt hours I mentioned was actually production for 2020.
Mm-hmm.
When
that's the entire of 2020?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Right. In 2019, when it came back, when you would have seen that heat rate report where you made reference to 12 megawatts,
mm-hmm.
there was when the unit went back into service, there was a issue with one of the burners within the boiler,
mm-hmm.
Which had limited its output. And that is why the unit had to was removed from service in 2020 to address that problem. That was subsequently fixed.
Mm-hmm. Do you think, Mr. Graves, that given all of the talk about the steam plant that has gone on over the last few years, do you think that it was a good idea not to retire that old, inefficient, unreliable steam plant that the company is now seeking to recover $20 million or thereabouts for?
So based on the environment, all the conditions and the information before us, as well as outlined by our managing director, based on all the available information, yes, it was the best decision at the point in time.
All right. Do you have the heat rate reports available to you?
Let me just see. I should have them close by. Okay, just give me 1 minute. Okay. Okay.
All right. Can you turn to page 2 of that report, paragraph?
This is the report dated, which report?
That is the December 2019 report. It's titled Barbados Light and Power Heat Rate Test Report, December 2019.
All right. Give me 1 minute. I'm just trying to find the actual 2019 one. Okay.
All right. I'm sorry, you may hear a little noise in the background. There's some maintenance work being done in the location. All right. So if you read from paragraph 3.1, entitled Team Station, can you read that paragraph?
Sure. Units S1 and S2 were removed from service January 24th and February 6th, 2019, respectively. Due to damage observed on the rotor shafts, one of the units remained out of service for the period in review. S1 was returned to service on November 14, 2019, but was in service intermittently at a reduced load of 12 megawatts due to issues being experienced with one of the burners in boiler. Due to unstable operation below 9 megawatts, it was not possible to obtain test results for 4 points, and hence heat rate tests were not performed on S1 during the period. S2 remains out of service to rebuild the turbine. Therefore, heat rate tests could not be performed during this period.
All right, so let's look at what your report says about the one unit that you could actually get working intermittently, return to service but intermittent at reduced load because of problems with the boiler. Is this report accurate? We can rely on what is stated here in our assessment of the productivity of the steam plant. And so the report then notes that the unit had unstable operation below 9 megawatts. Tell us, Mr. Graves, when you start up a steam turbine, can you just put on 12 megawatts load, or is it recommended that you gradually ramp up to the load?
So with the steam set, when you bring the unit into service, at the lower loads, you actually will increase the load incrementally on the unit, and there's a rate at which you can load the unit, because there are certain parameters that you need to monitor as you increase the load. At the lower loads too, when you first bring on the unit up to around 9 megawatts or thereabout, the controls of the unit are operated in manual control. So the automatic systems to maintain the boiler water level and temperatures and that sort of thing have to all be manually adjusted, because the automatic controls only take over from about 9 megawatts and up. Hence, we do not normally we do not keep the units down below that 9 megawatt load point, because of the fact that all the adjustments have to be manually done. The unit, as we say, is not very stable, is unstable. So we do not operate down in that range for prolonged periods of time. We bring the unit on load, and as quickly as possible, we load the unit up to 9 megawatts, and we continue taking it up from there. So hence, when doing this test, it was not operationally advisable to be trying to take data below the 9 megawatts.
Is that what you mean when you say that you can't operate it in stop and start mode, or that it's not dispatchable?
Okay, so when you say it can't operate in start and stop mode, when we have to stop a unit and start it back, there is a fairly lengthy process to be able to get a steam turbine up and running. You first have to get the boiler up to pressure, get the steam, then you have to effectively what we call warm up the turbine to ensure that you're not shocking it, and then you bring the turbine online. From a boiler that is completely cold, a completely cold boiler will take about 10 hours to get the unit into service. For a unit that is hot, what we call hot, that are warm, that the unit has shut down just a few hours, it will take about 4 hours to get that unit back into service. So if you were to shut down the turbine every night, every morning it would take about 4 hours to get that unit back into service, unless you were to allow the boiler to remain in service overnight, and therefore you will be consuming fuel through the whole night and not producing any power. So that would not be economically viable as well.
Okay. Thank you. That was really quite interesting. Perhaps I should have done engineering myself. And so help me to understand this. When you ramp up, to get into that range where the unit is not unstable and your automatic controls can take over. Do you not have to pass through that unstable range and remain at that range during that ramp up period with the possibility that you will experience that instability and hope that the unit doesn't experience problems?
Yeah, so when we come in now, you do have to come, as I say, you have to gradually bring up through that period. At that point in time, you have the personnel in the plant at various points in the plant manning various parts of the plant, the valves to admit water, steam, that's all him manually. All of that is done on a very manual basis. So obviously you don't want to stay in that region for too long because you want to get into the point where the unit is more stable and that the personnel can be effectively monitoring and addressing any issues that may come up on the unit. So coming up during that period, it is possible that you will get some issues and the personnel are trained to respond. It may mean that you have to shut back down the unit, or they may be able to take some action to correct it and continue to get out of that region.
And from very early, way earlier than 2019, the BLPC had stated that it had age and reliability concerns in relation to the steam plant. If you allow me to quote you from the 2013 FTC findings report, that is on the FCA, I quote, and that's for reference, that's at page 13 of that report. The BLMP currently runs the steam plant continuously to satisfy base load instead of the more efficient low-speed diesel engines. This is due to the age of the steam turbines and concerns about their reliability under start-stop operation. Would you say, Mr. Graves, that when the S1 was returned to service at the end of 2019, you still had your age and reliability concerns, or in your professional opinion, was that steam plant, to put it colloquially, good to go?
So based on the work that we would have performed, our assessment at that point in time that the unit was in a condition that it could be available and reliably continue to serve for the duration of the life. While I say that, I did point out to you that we did have an issue with one of the burners that had to be resolved in 2020.
Okay, so we know that. And then the reliable unit, the S1, had to be put out of service a mere 4 days after you put it back into service in November 2019. Is that correct?
It came back. I can't tell. I don't have the dates.
The 14th of November is when you say you put it back into service, according to your evidence.
Right. It came back out prior to the outages, and that was related, nothing to do with S1, but that was to do with a issue on the transmission network.
I'm not clear. You mean that the outages were not to do with S1?
No. So the unit S1 was not in service on the morning of the outages.
Right. We're clear on that. I'm just verifying that that unit was put into service, back into service on the 14th, and it was taken out of service on the 18th, according to your report on the blackout, the switch failure being investigated.
Right. It was actually taken out prior to the outage on the 18th, and it was not related to a problem on the unit. There was a problem in the substation on the transmission network to which that unit connected to the grid. Okay, so the unit was available. There was nothing wrong with the unit, but the path for the electricity to get out from that unit onto the grid, there was an issue on that path.
And is that what you mean in the island-wide blackout report, yours, that's Light and Powers, that's on page 4, the 69 kV switch failure being investigated prior to return to service? That's the reason for the unit not being available?
That is correct. There was a switch in that path that allowed the energy to get out from the unit that had a fault on it. And therefore, while the unit was available to run, there was not a path for the electricity to get out from the unit. So nothing was wrong with the unit. That's just the only point I'm just highlighting to you.
Okay. So notwithstanding what the company would have hoped for as the performance of the steam plant when you put it back into service at the end of 2019. Let me reverse that. We agreed that the steam plant produced over a quarter of Barbados's total requirement, electricity requirement. Is that correct? Generation requirement. Is that correct?
I don't
prior to it being taken out of service in 2019. Or prior
somewhere in that region. Somewhere in that region.
Right. Sorry about the waving around. I'll try to control those motions. And after the plant was taken out of service, that capacity was a mere at 20 megawatts, a mere 30% of what it formerly produced. Is that correct?
Okay, so let's add some context. So prior, you had 2 units, whereas now you are down to 1 unit. Secondly, we were seeing over the years the advent of renewables quite a bit, which would, as I said earlier, during days would tend to displace the gas turbine use. But on weekends, when you actually have do not have as much demand on island for energy, we have gotten to the point now where you actually start to displace some of the base load capacity, and obviously the steam, whenever possible, we would normally reduce the steam plant back down to the minimum load, the 9 megawatts or so, 9-10 megawatts, and allow it to run there and keep the other low speed diesel engines, which are more efficient from a cost point of view, at a higher load. So the reason why the output from the steam plant has dropped off is also related to the fact that we are seeing the impact of renewables coming onto the grid, displacing some of its generation from the steam plant. It's just putting that context.
Okay, thank you. The steam units were down for several months, January to November of 2019. Can you tell us the cost? I'm going to assume it would be you, Mr. Graves, because you, the generation questions have been deferred to you. What was the cost to repairs of the absence of those units in 2019? So you'd have to use other equipment. So what is the cost?
Yes. So those units would have been displaced by the next unit that was available for dispatch. I believe those would have been the gas turbine units. In terms of the actual cost of that right now, I do not have the calculation before me, but that can easily be calculated. Basically, just taking the amount of, basically looking at what would have been the expected output from that and costing it at the cost of the gas turbine. So that I don't have that right now, but that could be obtained.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm asking that information be provided to the panel and the interveners. And can Mr. Graves tell us how soon we can expect to have that information?
Today is Wednesday. I believe we should be able to get that. By Friday, by the end of the day, Friday, we should be able to get that.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, let's look at things from a different angle now. Were you, Mr. Graves, employed by the company involved in the debt generation plant management and operation in 2011, 2012?
So in 2011, I would have been in the generation department at that point in time. I was in generation in 2011, and in 2012, I would have been transferred to the planning department.
Okay, so you let me know if you're having any issues asking the questions that I have. Were you present, or rather, let me ask this question: are you aware of the life extension work done on the steam plant?
I would have been aware of some of it that was being done, but I was not within the core team that would have been seeking to do that work.
Were you Mr. Seal? I just want to know who's the best person to answer the questions related to that plant extension, life extension work. Mr. Seal, were you involved in that, or are you aware of that work?
I was aware of the work, but not directly involved, but I was aware of the work.
All right, I'll ask the questions and we'll see how we can progress. Now, the FTC had apparently expressed some concerns about the fact that the company did not retire the steam plant as it promised in the 2009 rate case. Are you aware of that? Any panel member or all panel members can answer that question.
Yes, I was made aware, yes, that there was some discussions at that time about that. I was not involved in them, but I was aware.
So you're not aware of how what those concerns were and how they were communicated?
I would have to say no.
Are you Mr. Seal?
Similarly, I was not aware.
Okay. Now, a couple of days ago, the parties were sent some letters on this subject. I'm going to refer you to a letter dated October the 3rd, I believe, or it may have been the 2nd, from the Barbados Light and Power to the Fair Trading Commission. Do you have a copy of that letter? That was circulated by Miss Ince.
Yeah.
It's a letter under the hand of Mr. Mark King.
Yeah.
Do you have it?
Okay. The date on that letter was what?
October the...
No, sorry, the letter that you said was penned by Mr. King.
Mr. King. Mr. King's letter is dated the 2nd of October, I believe. Let me just pull it up. The 3rd of October, sorry, 2012.
Okay, just give me. No, I don't know if the others have found it, but I'm just still checking.
If you can, you can just flag it. I'll read anything that we need to use, but I think it would be better if you could follow. Perhaps a member of your team could forward it to you quickly.
Sure. All right, you go ahead. I should have it in a minute, but you go ahead.
All right. So in Mr. King's letter, he first shifts the blame away from some outages, shift that blame from the steam plant. And I'm going to quote from the letter. It says, "The preservation of highly reliable electricity system in light of the recent increased outages. You have expressed concern about the preservation of a highly reliable electrical system in light of recent outages. 3 major outages have occurred since the start of the year. The outages of June 19 and July 15th were the result of transient weather-related faults on the transmission system, while the outage of August 16th related to a breaker fault at the Sewell generating station. The outages were therefore not due to the operation of the steam plants. Detailed reports on the nature and cause of these outages are contained in the outage reports, which were submitted to the Commission on July 31st, August 28th, and September 28th. Now, I'm going to ask this simple question. Was there a predisposition for believing that the steam plant was not suspect in any of the outages that occurred at that time?
Objection. Mr. Chairman calls for speculation with regard
I'll
to...
withdraw the question. At any rate, Mr. King sought to assure the FTC that the steam plant was good to go, and you don't have the letter, but let's look at what he has actually said. The boilers, turbines, and transformers were considered the more critical components. A non-destructive evaluation of the boilers was conducted by Alstom Canada, and all test analyses performed on the transformers by SD Myers Inc. The results of the non-destructive evaluation indicated that there was no degradation of note on the boilers, while the oil test analysis indicated that the useful life of the transformers extends beyond 2015. The overhauls of the steam turbines conducted by the company in 2010 and 2011 were also designed to extend their useful life beyond the steam plant's originally scheduled retirement. Additionally, all of the steam plant's critical components continue to be supported by their original manufacturers. Other measures taken to extend the life of the steam plant are included in Table 1. He goes on to say, the measures set out in paragraph 2 above are designed to mitigate the possibility of the failure of the steam plant before the commissioning of new generating plant. In the normal operation of the units, it is however expected that some equipment failure may occur, which would be addressed through the normal maintenance process of the company and support from the original equipment manufacturers. Catastrophic damage caused by the failure of critical equipment, fire, explosions, hurricanes, or storms could result in situations that may require the earlier replacement of the steam units. These situations can also have implications for the replacement of other generating units. The delay in replacing the steam units is not expected to have an impact on the future reliability of supply to customers, since the measures highlighted at paragraph 2 above are designed to maintain the plant's reliability levels. Would you agree that Mr. K, do you have the letter? Because if you don't, I think we're going to take a break very shortly so I can come back to these questions. You found it? Right.
That's right.
So do you agree that Mr. King seeks to outline what the critical components of the steam plant are? And can you explain those components to the panel?
Okay. So as I said at the start, I was made aware of these things that were done back then, but were not having directly involved. So I can't speak to all the aspects of what was the thinking back then. In terms of, so here they would have mentioned the boilers. That is obviously critical to the life of, that's a critical component for the whole steam plant to be able to produce the steam that was then used to drive the turbine. And
can I just jump in to assist a little bit here, Mr. Graves? There's a table 1 attached to that letter where he outlines all of the measures that were taken to extend the useful life of the unit. So if you can, if you can tell us your assessment of whether all of these qualify as critical components, spare coils, new air heater gearboxes, etc., etc. Are there any that you would say are not critical components?
Just give me a minute. Let me just look down the list.
If you'll bear with us, Mr. Chairman, the list isn't too long.
Yes, so these are all components that not having them would have significant implications on the ability of the unit to operate. And I may dare say that would even cause the unit not to be available. So
and sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, these were components, obviously, that based on the analysis that was done at that point in time, they recognized the need to have either some sort of replacement or additional spare components to ensure the reliability of the unit.
Mm-hmm. And it's for that reason that you classified them as critical components. Yes?
That's correct.
All right. And not much work from what we can see was done on the turbine section specifically, other than the diffusers. Is that correct?
The turbines would have been gone through I think in what you read out earlier, would have done normal routine inspections. So any replacement work in terms of any blades or anything so would have been captured, or bearings would have been captured in that work at that point in time.
All right.
But there was no replacement, if that's what you're looking at. There was no replacement of any rotors at that point in time contemplated.
Okay. All right. I have been supplied with a definition of overhaul, albeit based on the aviation sector. And I'm going to ask you if this fairly represents what you understand. And this is taken from the Federal Aviation Regulation 1. Overhaul means a process that ensures that the aeronautical article is in complete conformity with the applicable service tolerances specified in the type certificate holders or equipment manufacturer's instructions for continued airworthiness, or in the data which is approved or accepted by the authority. Is that definition generalizable, so applicable in your context, your generation plant context, if you take out the references to aviation?
So what I would say is that overhaul for us is where we seek to perform work on the unit to restore its condition to the point where it can deliver in line with the anticipated output and parameters of the unit. So over a period of time, you normally have some degradation as parts and output or performance as components wear. And the purpose of an overhaul is to replace various components and maintain other components to ensure that you can get back to that level of performance.
But notwithstanding the overhaul done in 2011, 2012, we're seeing that in 2013, concern was still being expressed about the reliability of the steam plant. Is that correct?
I could not, but I know you read it from a report from the regulator there, but I couldn't say any more about that.
All right. Can you confirm that the life extension work, this is a question for Mr. Jennings, the life extension work responsible for is what is responsible for the extended life and is related to the $230,000 that shows up in AC 312 in the AC 312 steam equipment account? That's 230,000 is rounded up.
Sorry, I was trying to get off of mute. Sorry. Can I confirm that $230,000 in which account, sorry?
The AC 312 account that relates to steam equipment.
In what year? I'm sorry. Sorry, I can't hear you. I can see you. I can't hear you.
Sorry, that is information that's provided at 2011. You can find that in the depreciation study schedule as well. The schedule of steam plant of let me tell you, it's several pages of very long lists of capital expenditure on plant and equipment.
There's in the 2012 depreciation study.
27.
The 2017 depreciation study. Sorry, I can't hear you at all.
That's at page 19 of that study. It's in one of the schedules.
Page 19 of the depreciation study from 2017?
Yes, from Duff and Phelps 2017.
I don't have that study in front of me, but you're asking if $230,000 spent in which year?
$230,000 spent in 2011. $227,000.
And you're asking me to confirm what that $230,000 spent in 2011 was for? Sorry, I can't hear
you. That was an inadvertent muting. That was the work to extend the life of the steam plant.
I couldn't confirm to you what was spent in 2011 right now. That would involve quite a bit of digging. That was over a decade ago.
But there is information that's contained in information before the FTC.
I'm not disputing it. I'm just saying I can't confirm it. I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Graves, I'm seeing that boiler work was done, that you changed the wind vane diffusers on the S2. But Mr. King highlighted boiler turbine, transformers, and other diffuser vanes, and I don't see that much. Oh, no, actually, you can disregard that because we went over that already. So, Mr. Graves, are you comfortable with where the steam units were in terms of performance and reliability at the beginning of 2019?
So at the beginning of 2019, the units were in service. No known issues on them at that point in time. As I had alluded to yesterday, we would have gone about doing a normal routine inspection on Unit S2 as based on the recommended timeline that would have been recommended by the OEM. So at the start of 2019, we had no major issues on the unit. There were some work that we knew we needed to do in terms of ensuring the unit could get out to the end of life, which is some of the work that we would have performed. So for example, S2, we were going to do some work on the alternator, and that was part of the scheduled work for 2019. So there was some scheduled work to be done in 2019, but there was nothing that concerned us greatly at that point in time.
Mr. Watson, could you indicate how much longer you would be interviewing the witness so that we can have an indication of if we can take a break?
Yeah, I have a few more questions. I can't tell you how long they will take, but I think it might be appropriate to take the break now, given the time it's 10:59, and I'll continue thereafter.
Okay, so we'll take a 20-minute recess. we continue with the cross-examination. Ms. Watson, proceed.
Yes, thank you. All right, Mr. Graves, the damage or the issue with the steam plant that was addressed in 2019. Can you tell me what the company was looking at in relation to the S1 and S2?
Okay. On both of the units, what we would have found is some damage to the actual rotor, the rotor for the unit, where the material had become removed out of the rotor. So effectively the size of the rotor in one location had gotten quite small. What that required us to do then was to repair or replace it with a new turbine shaft. So we would have evaluated getting a new turbine shaft or rebuilding the existing shaft, and we chose to rebuild it. In one case, the case of S1, that one was not very major, and we were able to have a professional company come to site, and they were actually able to rebuild the shaft on site. The S2 rotor, that one was had, because of the extent of the damage on that shaft, that one had to be sent overseas for the work to be performed.
And it is the S2. Well, could you the S, we have a cost of about $5.6 million. That's in relation to both of them, 5.6 million in each case, or are we looking at, can you tell me, let me rephrase that. Can you tell me the cost for repair or rebuild for each of the units? Do you have that broken down you can provide?
So each of the units, all right, so S2 was in the region of $5 million that would have been spent. Well, that would have been spent on all the items that would have been done in 2019. That was $5 million. The remainder of the money would have been what was spent on S1.
And is a rotor readily for the plant of this age readily available on the market?
No. So that would be more or less a custom item. When we would have investigated back then, let me just tell you, just give me 1 minute. Let me just see if I can tell you exactly what the just give me 1 minute. I will have some information here on it. To purchase a new rotor would have taken about 67 weeks, so in excess of 1 year, to the tune of over $5 million.
Okay.
For the rotor alone, that is. That's the.
Okay, and the S2, that was never put back into service. Is that correct?
That is correct. As I said yesterday, the intent was to put it back in service, but COVID and all the impacts of COVID created some delays, and then analysis was done again, coming down to the latter half of 2020, and the decision was taken not to return it to service, based on CEB being near completion.
So we can deem that to be an uneconomical repair?
No, we cannot say that as uneconomical repair, because that rotor shaft that was repaired will serve or is serving as a spare in the event that something went wrong with the one on S1.
And if the S1 were to go down now before you retire it, how long, and you utilizing the spares are available to you from S2, how long would the maintenance in relation to, if you're using the spare rotor, how long would you expect that maintenance to take, and can you estimate the cost for such a repair? Specifically in relation to the rotor.
So if it is that we had to replace the rotor in S1 from that and S2, it would probably take a region of about 4 weeks to do that work, because it's fairly extensive work that has to be done, and it will also involve the use of a representative from the OEM to complete that work. The actual cost, I could not say that off the top of my head.
Okay,
but
understandably. Would the company seek to capitalize the cost of such a repair? What would be your normal practice?
So in a case like that, when we are replacing an item, we will retire it off of the unit, and therefore any new components that are installed would be recapitalized. So you would retire the existing component and then capitalize the new component.
All right. Has the S2 unit been broken down and actual critical spares valued?
So you're talking about having a specific value for each particular item?
Yes, those that you classify as critical spares.
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Are there any components that are not classified as critical spares?
I would say the main components of the unit are classified as critical spares. There obviously would be some smaller items, maybe some bolts, that sort of thing, that can be used off of the unit that would not be classified as critical spares. But the main components and the money, as I think we would have demonstrated yesterday, the $5 million that were spent on that were spent on the critical items.
Okay. And was the steam plant retirement that we see in the depreciation study, so that's the schedule to depreciation study, showing the plant fully retired at 2017, zero life, zero expense. Was that in line with the integrated resource plan that saw that plant being retired in 2016? Is it fair to conclude that it is reflective of that plan in the IRP?
From my vantage point, yes, because at that point in time, as we said, the plan was to rehabilitate the plant retired in 2016 with the advent of the biomass and the waste energy plant that was being spoken about.
Mm-hmm. So tell me if I'm right, the first retirement date was meant to be 2012, and then 2016, it was actually retired around about 2016 and then relived in 2019. Is that correct?
No, I don't agree with that. We had the projection originally was 2012, then there was a projection based on the plans of 2016, and then that would have been further revised where we now have a 2023 date. There was at no point in time, from my vantage point, that the plant was retired and brought back in.
Okay.
But it was Miss Watson.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know Mr. Jennings has raised his hand. Maybe you want to answer a question.
Sorry, Chair. I've been having difficulty getting off of mute, and it took me a little while to raise my hand, to figure out how to raise my hand again. Sorry. Just on a point of clarification, if you had to change the rotor, you would retire the rotor as a critical spare, and you would retire the rotor in the unit and then replace the rotor in the spare. So assuming you're using the same spare that's there now, it should not result in any additional capital spend. Does that make sense? You follow what I'm saying?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Thank you for that clarification. Sorry, just things falling. Okay. where can we find, other than the 2019 updated depreciation schedule, where other than the 2019 depreciation schedule can we find a 2023 retirement date for the steam plant? Is that recorded anywhere else in information provided by the company, either now or previously?
Will you mind just repeating that again?
Yes. Where other than in the 2019 updated depreciation schedule, that's RJ1, can we find a statement of the retirement date for the steam plant as being 2023? Do you have anywhere in the company's records, either in relation to this rate application or any other depreciation study, a 2023 retirement date?
Okay, just making a check, and from my
that might be a question better put to Mr. Jennings.
Thanks. I was about to raise my hand. I believe is also in the expansion plan and from the basis of the expansion plan as well. And of course, it's in that Schedule I, which is a memorandum on the expansion.
So you mean documents included in the application, 2021 application, this application?
Yeah, I don't know that typically you'd find the retirement date listed anyplace else.
All right. Mr. Graves, can you look at page, do you have the redacted Blpc report to the FTC on the island-wide blackout available to you?
Yes, I do.
All right, can you look at page 3 of that report? It's redacted in the main, but can you read that introductory paragraph?
This is the report from the commission, correct?
No, this is the report from the Barbados Legislative Power. It has
which date?
That is the island-wide, for November the 18th.
November 18th, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes, I have it.
Please read the paragraph, introductory paragraph. The table, we can't see what's in the table, so can you just read? I'm assuming that yours is not the redacted version. So can you just read that paragraph just prior to the system shutdown?
That's prior to system shutdown. Yeah.
Actually, Mr. Graves, you can disregard that because we've already established that the plant was put back into service on the 14th and it was taken out on the 18th. So we don't need to go over that. Looking at the fuel clause, a consultation paper, that's 2012. You might not have that before you, but I'm just going to say what's in that document. We find that the FTC included unavailability rates between 2008 and 2012. And those show that there's a 35% unavailability of X1, with planned maintenance being for 25% of this unavailability. Is it fair to say that Blpc has known of the unreliability of the steam plant since 2008, that it wasn't news to the Barbados Legislative Power?
No, I don't think that is a fair statement. Effectively, you would need to look at any specific what was actually going on at the point in time. I could not agree with that statement without looking at the data further.
All right. Mr. Jennings, with the more efficient and more reliable clean energy bridge and other plant in place and operating, is the steam plant being kept on the books, the inefficient, unreliable steam plant and hardly productive steam plant being kept on the books and not retired, so that Barbados Light and Power can have a higher rate base and facilitate and underline its request for higher rates from its customers.
Sorry, trying to get off of mute. This is, yeah. No, to answer your question, no, that is not a truthful statement. To the best of my knowledge, they certainly right now the steam plant is running, and it is running because as I believe Mr. Went and Mr. Graves discussed yesterday, it's running because it carries a lower cost. It is in the interest of customers. It carries a lower fuel cost and results in a lower fuel charge for customers. And with the level of reinvestment that was made in it since 2019 to carry it to 2023, it is in the interest of customers and well pays for and demonstrates the prudence associated with having it run. The Light and Power, to the best of my knowledge, certainly would not include it in the books on the basis of looking for a higher rate base. They include it because it is prudent and because it is in the interest of customers.
All right, Mr. Jennings, the totality of the evidence is that the steam plant, we only have one, is unreliable. We got that evidence in relation to actually putting it into operation, how it has to be babied in order to get it up to its full reliable capacity.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, could you kindly ask counsel to let me finish the question before he jumps in?
Stop. Okay.
And I'm being shouted at, Mr. Chairman.
But he can't jump in before he knows what I'm asking.
Ms. Watson, just bear with us a minute. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The previous question posed by counsel made certain statements with regard to stated unreliability. This is the second time now counsel is making a statement with regard to stated unreliability. With regard to the evidence, counsel is not allowed to give evidence in this matter, and any evidence with regard to unreliability has not been put to the witness. Counsel cannot state something as a fact and then assert the witness to answer a question based on that statement. Counsel can certainly ask questions about the steam plant. However, the adjectives that are being used ought not to be utilized. This is the second time which counsel has done it, and I'm objecting to that process, sir.
Okay. Ms. Watson, would you rephrase your question so that the witness could answer accordingly?
Mr. Chairman, let me just correct what counsel has said. All of the evidence given by Mr. Graves this morning is that the equipment is not performing at the capacity level. It is significantly less, and there are issues relating to running the steam plant or stopping the steam plant. That's not controversial. The FTC itself has observed that. Therefore, counsel is simply wrong in relation to the unreliability. But if it makes him feel more comfortable and stops me from being interrupted unnecessarily, then I will move on.
Just one thing. The whole thing about when you plan up is not an issue. Is the
Who's
process
speaking?
that is the process that it goes through.
Who's speaking?
To get up to
Who's
point.
speaking?
This is Commissioner Griffith.
Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner Griffith.
So I'm just
didn't.
making the correction that is the process that the steam plant go through to get up to the maximum that it's supposed to produce. So that's just a correction.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I'm just saying that the evidence is that there's a period of instability in getting there, and then it still does not get up to its capacity that we had seen when it was actually functioning properly. Nonetheless, Mr. Jennings, if the steam plant, given its capacity, given its reliability according to the company since 2009, and according to the FTC's own observations since 2008, is including that plant in the rate base for the 2020 test year, requiring your customers to pay for years to come for equipment that cannot qualify as used and useful in providing them a service.
I disagree, and I disagree strongly on the basis of several bits that I have heard this morning and before. In the discussion yesterday, I heard Mr. Graves and Mr. Wendt discuss that in 2020 there were sufficient number of gigawatt hours at a differential rate in fuel charge of 25 cents per kilowatt hour. That demonstrates that even up to today, with the steam plant running, the customer is benefiting from a lower fuel cost. And until the time when the steam plant is retired, that lower fuel cost relative to whatever the next expensive unit will accrue to the benefit of the customers. If your assertion, or I shouldn't say your assertion, if it were a fair statement to say that the steam plant was, the expenditure on the steam plant was not prudent, then each of those kilowatt hours that is being provided by it, in my estimation, would have had to come from someplace else or not be delivered at all. And that would be at an even higher cost, is my understanding of the testimony that has been given. So I disagree with any suggestion that the expenditure is imprudent, and I disagree with any suggestion that the amount ought not to be recovered.
Mr. Jennings,
bringing a benefit to the customer.
Mr. Jennings, has the steam plant been running for 2020 and 2021?
Has the steam plant been running in 2020 and 2021?
Yes.
To the best of my knowledge, yes, it has been.
And it's been running for 2022?
It has been, yes.
And isn't it the company's evidence that all of the fuel savings that we're seeing come from the CEB?
No. No, of course, the additional fuel savings that come from Clean Energy Bridge, of course. But you got to look, I think it's important to understand that it may be better answered by Mr. Graves, but what I'm saying is that the energy that you get from the other generators, the gas turbines and so on, come at a higher cost of fuel than the steam plant. If you shut down the steam plant right now, the energy that's being delivered by the steam plant has to come from somewhere else, and that presumably would be the next expensive unit, which is probably a gas turbine, which carries a fuel rate of in excess of 25 cents per kilowatt hour more than what the steam plant would generate. So it means then that, sorry, and I wasn't
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, so I guess in my view, when I look at the prudence discussion, I think every kilowatt hour that you can get from the steam turbine relative to the kilowatt hour that you could get out of the gas turbine certainly is in the interest of customers. And insofar as we've reinvested to be able to take it to 2023, I definitely believe that it should form part of the rate base, which is why it's been included in the application as such.
So, Mr. Jennings, you and I see this quite differently. The argument actually is that the steam plant, but I'm going to put this as a question and in tone at the end. Do you appreciate that the failure to retire the inefficient steam plant and put more efficient equipment costs Barbadian consumers over $300 million, and it therefore cannot be said that retaining the steam plant has been beneficial to Barbados Light and Power's customers?
No, I completely disagree. You've heard several bits of testimony that said that replacing the steam plant due to the factors that existed at the time was not feasible at the time. You've heard several bits of testimony around that. Further to that, you've heard that in 2017 and 2019, additional investment was put into the steam plant because it was more efficient than some of the other plants that exist. You may not like it, but that is the fact. The dispatch order to me suggests that and bears that out. The cost of fuel, I think, bears that out. So in my opinion, not replacing it was done because of a number of different reasons, and I think you've heard why that happens. And running it now with the level of investment, in my opinion, sounds appropriate, because you run it until the end of 2023 and get the value out of it that you put into it, because it does result in lower fuel costs for customers than if you removed it. That's
Thank
my
you,
view.
Mr. Jennings. You've done a very good job in engineering evidence. So let's talk, indeed, about retiring the steam plant. Gentlemen, you should have an article that was filed.
Ms.
I don't
Watson,
have
Ms.
that many more
Watson,
questions,
Ms.
Mr.
Watson,
Chair. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I was just referring to the last comment that you would have made in relation to Mr. Jennings. I believe you should withdraw the last statement.
Mr. Chairman, he gave evidence of an engineering nature. I was just commenting on how well he did. But if you wish me to withdraw it, I have no difficulty with that. I would want him to refer engineering questions to the engineers, however, as he's done before.
No, I just
May I go on, Mr. Chairman?
I was just referring to the actual statement of engineering evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I continue? Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Aline?
Sir, thank you. You have done a very fair and balanced job in raising my objection. I don't feel the need to speak on the subject anymore. You are quite correct in your assessment as to the comments that were made.
And Ms. Watson, and how much longer would you be cross-examining the panel so that we have an idea when we get into the other interveners?
I have about 15 or so more questions, but Mr. Simpson does have a couple of other questions as well, which I think he had indicated previously. So not much longer for the panel, Mr. Chairman. Can I proceed? Hello?
Yeah. So we'll hope that you can try to wrap up within the next 15 minutes.
I think it might take longer than that, Mr. Chairman, but I expect that I'll be permitted to continue with my cross, because these issues that I'm raising, I think, are germane to everything that we're considering here. I'll refer the panel to the document filed by me. It is a newspaper article called BLMP Call. Is that available to you? And I've alerted the your information technology. Yes, thank you. Could you scroll so that we can see the actual narrative in that article? Thank you so much. Mr. Seal, who has the decision-making power with respect to when plant will be retired from service? Mr. Seal? I'm not hearing Mr. Seal.
Okay, so I was trying to unmute. The picture had the unmute button disappeared.
Okay. Did you hear the question?
Yes, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Who within Barbados Light and Power has the decision-making power with respect to when plant will be retired from service?
The retirement life of the plant is determined by the useful life of the plant, and is also determined by the depreciation rates. And based on that, an engineering judgment is made as to the best time to retire a particular plant.
And so plant can be retired at the recommendation of the engineering department, notwithstanding what those book lives might be. Is that correct?
Yes, there could also be determination as to whether to extend the life of a plant.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what is the process that you go through for making that determination? As
I mentioned, it's based on the useful life of a plant. if at the time it is determined that it is necessary to extend the life of a plant, an engineering judgment is made, or there could be some policy directive that may determine that a plant may be taken out of service earlier. So it could go in either direction.
All right. Mr. Steele, what can you say what the reason was for spending capital $230,000 on plant that was due for retire in 2011, on plant that was due for retirement in 2012, due for retirement according to what you had said to the FTC?
I'm not clear as to what plant you're referring to. Could you?
The steam plant.
Right, so previous evidence was entered to indicate that it was prudent to make that investment in the steam plant in order for customers to be able to benefit from that plant being in service.
And so by 2011, the company had already decided that it would not retire the steam plant. Is that correct?
As we indicated, that based on the factors that were previously provided in terms of the changing environment and also the policy direction that, and also the fact that generation that was planned by the government did not materialize, it was appropriately determined that the life of the steam plant would be extended. So
in 2011, it was decided that the plant would not be retired in 2012. Is that correct? I don't need the explanation. I need the yes or no that was the decision.
Previous testimony would have indicated that yes, that determination was made.
Thank you. I'm going to refer you to the letter of March.
Ms. Watson, I think we would have established in earlier testimony all of this information. So
I'm going on to
we're just asking you to move on to another area because they've already established this. So we're trying to wrap up here.
Understood, Mr. Chairman, but the company has put in certain evidence, and I think that we are permitted to challenge that evidence, and that's what I'm doing. So if you would permit me.
Yeah, and I think you've challenged the evidence, and we are well aware, so we're just asking you.
Mr. Chairman,
area.
If I can give the commission some comfort so that it can feel, understand why I am proceeding along this line, and that is that there are several instances relating to the retirement of this steam plant that contradict the company's evidence in relation to its prudence of its decision, its intention when it made its decision. I think that is evidence that I should allow to be permitted to lay before the commission. I do not think it is reasonable to suggest to me that I should move along when the commission has not actually seen where I'm going with this evidence.
But Ms. Watson,
and so there are two particular issues.
Miss Watson.
Miss
Watson.
Me to finish what I was saying before
Watson.
You come in. Miss Martinez. I think we are all asking for respect from each other.
And answered already does not need to be repeated again, because the commission is well aware of what other interveners have put before in relation to the same issues which you are now seeking to address. Could you kindly move on, as there are other interveners who still have to cross-examine and there are other witnesses to come?
Ms. Martinez, Mr. Chairman, I do not see how the company can presume what I'm asking when you're not permitting me to ask the questions. You're making an assumption and preventing me from pursuing examination without giving me the opportunity. You can disregard that cross-examination, but how do you prevent me from making that cross-examination when you've not heard the questions? Can I put my questions to the panel?
Ms. Darlene?
Chair, I was just important to indicate that under Rule 42, Sub-Rule 7, the Commission has certain powers in relation to getting a hearing done expeditiously, cutting lines of repetitive questioning. I have been very patient in the nature of this cross-examination. Miss Watson may have an opinion as to the evidence she has sought to brought out, but the ruling of the Commission is in line with the rules in terms of the constraint of questioning the things that are either new, that have not been laid before, and certainly that will not cause undue delay in relation to the proceedings. This is clearly under the rules and within your rights to so order.
So, Ms.
Mr.
Watson,
Chairman,
we're
can I
asking if you
proceed
could,
with my cross-examination?
if you could move on to a new area, an area that you have not examined earlier this morning.
And I have not examined this area earlier this morning, Mr. Chairman. If you would allow me, then the Commission would see that that is the case.
Okay.
I believe the Commission has put on its issues list the issue of accountability, compliance, clawback, and prudence, and that is what we're examining here.
Let us hear the question, Ms. Watson.
Thank you. Mr. King, I refer you to, sorry, Mr. Seal, I refer you to the letter of Mark King dated October 3, 2012. Would you agree that the essence of that letter is that the company had decided by that time that it would not retire the steam plant?
I don't have that letter before me, but it has already been established that the determination was made that the plant will not be retired at 2012.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the letter of Mr. King is obviously in response to correspondence from the FTC. And we're requesting that the letter of the, and that letter refers to a letter from Ms. Sandra Seeley, then CEO of the FTC, dated the 21st of September 2012. We're requesting that that letter be provided, so the FTC's letter to Barbados Light and Power. And there's a reference to a proposed meeting. If that meeting did occur, we're requesting the notes of that meeting if they're available. And this is a compliance issue, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, noted. And
all right, on September the 27th, could we please see the newspaper article dated the 13th of October 2013? Mr. Seal, was Ms. McDonald responsible for the Barbados Light and Power at the time that this article was published on October the 13th, 2013?
Ms. Watson, Mr.
Yes.
Allen has raised his hand.
Yes.
Mr. Allen, proceed.
Chair, I do not know the value of this article, and I do question its admissibility as evidence in this matter. There's no sworn testimony in relation to this. I don't know who is the author. I don't know what they have done in making the highlighted section in terms of that statement. This is not properly before the Commission in a manner that it can be used as an evidentiary basis. So I do object to this being put to any witness for them to answer questions on what is some opinion writer in a matter. I don't know the value, and there's no sworn testimony as to when Mr. Edward, by this byline, took what he did. This is not properly before the Commission. The mere submission of it does not make it evidence.
Mr. Chairman, may I? Miss Edward is...
Ms. Watson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Just give us a minute, please.
Yes. I think I should be permitted to respond to Mr. Allen in relation to the admissibility of this evidence.
No, just give us a minute, please.
Sure.
Ms. Watson, in relation to the newspaper article, service does not put this into evidence. Documentary evidence is introduced by a person who swears it, and the commission has not requires the evidence to be sworn, and this evidence was not sworn. So we're asking you to not to refer to this particular article and to move on.
Mr. Chairman, would you permit me to respond to Mr. Alleyne's motion?
Please respond.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, we have heard on numerous occasions the company refer to newspaper articles as the basis for its decision making, and we have actually had newspaper articles provided by the company, presumably as evidence in this hearing. Those articles are not sworn. Those articles that the company has referred to include articles related to the commencement of the Cahill project and the like. So the applicant can't seek to rely on that, and at the same time, suggest that they cannot be relied on in relation to cross-examination. And therefore, I am asking the chairman to take into consideration, one, that this document was served over a week ago, and the applicant had ample time to address its concerns in relation to the document and to permit what is the suggested flaw, which frankly doesn't exist, to be corrected. And if that flaw, if the commissioner is ordering that this article be supported by affidavit evidence, then the commission must give me ample time to do so, given that it has allowed it to sit there in our inboxes, available to the party to review, to ruminate, to plan, and to then come here today to suggest that it should not be admitted into evidence by this hearing. That is my response to Mr. Alleyne. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, my actual and explicit motion is that the commission allowed me to proceed with examining the witnesses on this document, or permit me to re-enter the document as evidence according to your prescription, providing an affidavit, and allow me to recall the witnesses, whichever witness, it really doesn't matter to me, to address this matter.
Give us a minute, please. Okay. Ms. Allen, I recognize that you raised your hand, so I would just give you opportunity to speak.
Chair, yes. I just wanted to respond to what I considered an inaccuracy. The applicant, to the best of my knowledge, has not relied on any newspaper articles to substantiate its filings in here. Newspaper articles or any reference there served last week were at a specific response to interrogatory from the very same Ms. Watson. We did not offer them up as our evidence of any matter in this. And we have been lectured quite often as to the rules that are necessary in these hearings and why they must be followed. To the extent that a party has failed to do what is necessary to properly put the evidence before the commission should not mean that the commission now must bend over backwards to facilitate by delaying a hearing so they can go and fix the problem. That should have been well known. We've all heard our lectures on what rules must and must not be followed in these hearings. And that is all.
Ms. Watson, the Commission has issued a procedural order previously that all evidence must be entered by way of affidavit. The introduction of a newspaper article was not in compliance with the order, and therefore you will not be entitled to rely on the same. We therefore ask you to move to a new line of questioning and to seek to wrap up your cross-examination within the next 15 minutes.
Noted. Mr. Seal, what were the directions from the management of the Barbados Light and Power regarding the retirement of the steam plant in October 2013?
I'm not sure what you're referring to with regard to...
I'm just asking you generally for any directions that you received regarding the retirement of the steam plant in 2013.
But based on the correspondence and the information that was shared by Mr. King at the time, it was determined that it was prudent to extend the life of the steam and it would not compromise any reliability with regard to being able to serve our customers.
And the Cahill article that you referred to in 2014, that Barbados Light and Power says that it drove its policy, that's an article that was provided to us. When did the government indicate that it was not proceeding with the Cahill project? Do you have any idea of that date?
Chair, if I may.
Proceed, Mr.
There's a continued habit of putting premises that are not based on the evidence that has been laid. The Barbados Light and Power, nor any of the representatives in this hearing, have not indicated that a Cahill article guided their policy. There's no need to put false premises to the witnesses, just ask the question.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Allen is giving evidence in this rate case, but he is not permitted to do so since he likes to tell everybody what is permitted and what's allowed. The applicant, Mr. Blackman, actually referred to newspaper articles, front page articles, as having an influence on its determination as to whether it would retire the steam plant and put in new generation equipment. Mr. Allen, who seems to have ready access to transcript, perhaps because he has 15 people working on his side, can go and look at it and find that for himself. But I absolutely refuse and refute his assertion that I'm making any false premises in this hearing. That is the applicant's evidence, and the applicant has subsequently provided articles in support of that assertion. I am merely asking when the government of Barbados indicated to the applicant that it was not proceeding with the Cahill project. That cannot be an offensive question to Mr. Allen.
Sir, I repeat, there is no evidence in this matter that the applicant was guided by a Cahill article.
And I repeat my assertion
is that that's a premise. Ms. Watson can ask any question she wishes.
And so let me proceed with my
false premises is not the manner in which
I would like both of you to
kindly do not interrupt me. Mr. Chairman, can I proceed with my questions? Can Mr. Seal, can you answer that question? When was the company informed that the government was not proceeding with the Cahill project?
I do not recall any specific date that was indicated, but it is clear that that project has not materialized. So as we have done prudently as a utility, we extended the life of the steam, and that was appropriate and reasonable in our estimation.
Mr. Seal, or anyone else can answer, has a new license been issued to the Barbados Light and Power?
Miss Watson, we've heard these questions earlier, so we are just asking if we could
well, I'll move on. I don't recall that question.
And remember
the company's evidence. I'm not finished, Mr. Chairman. I do have some additional questions. Please. Yes.
Stop. We wish to remind all parties about the behavior being exhibited and what has occurred again today with a total lack of respect and regard for the panel, the statements of the panel, and the decisions made by the panel. If the behavior continues, the persons will be removed from the hearing, either physically or virtually. Please be guided accordingly, but it will not be allowed to continue.
May I continue?
Yes, and note we have 10 more minutes.
That's fine. Mr. Seal, or perhaps it's Mr. Graves. When did the company first apply for town planning permission for the Clean Energy Bridge?
I can answer. I don't recall the exact date, but it was around 2017. Information relative to the dates were given in an interrogatory response in terms of our town planning application.
All right. And Mr. Jennings, this question is for you. In the 2009 hearing, senior executives of the company gave sworn evidence that the company would make investments in new, more efficient plant for the benefit of Barbadians. And there is explicit evidence in an exchange between Mr. Brathwaite, a commissioner, and Mr. Hudson Best regarding the company making those changes. And if you will permit me to read that evidence. Mr. Brathwaite asks, and this is taken from the transcript of the 2009 hearing for October the 14th, day 6, at lines 141 to 155. Mr. Brathwaite asked, understood, that would have been before the manufacturer. Okay, understood. You also make a comment, I believe, to the effect, and you can correct me, once the company acquires the new generation plant, that the savings in fuel would more than offset the increased revenue that the company is seeking. Mr. Best answered, if the fuel prices are at today's rate, which are approximately $980 per ton for fuel oil, if I probably take you to the L schedule, we'll get an idea. If you look at page 343 L1, we had very low sales growth in this month for this period, and you will see in 2012 the fuel cost is $337 million. But in 2013, the fuel cost will be $302 million. The FTC has sent an interrogatory, I believe question 90, where they asked for more information on fuel clause objectives. And there you will see in the response that in 2012, the heavy fuel oil is projected at $978 per ton. And in 2013, it is higher at $984 a ton. But with the installation of the new plant, the fuel cost is projected to be down on the previous year. All right, so my question to you is this. Given that evidence that was placed before the commission in relation to the intended retirement of the steam plant, the intended installation of the two medium speed diesels totaling 32 megawatts of capacity. Why should this hearing, the commission and the Barbados public, regard your capital expansion plan and your 5-year forecast as any more reliable than the sworn evidence in the capital expansion plan and 5-year forecast in 2009 that you then didn't implement after being granted your requested rate of return on cost of capital?
I think you've heard a lot of testimony that went before that said that there were significant changes that were referenced in that 5-year forecast. There were several assumptions that were made that did not materialize. That forecast included a significant increase in sales, and that did not materialize. That forecast obviously contemplated or was based on certain growth projections and on certain other items happening, which didn't materialize. And the response to the company, I think, was an appropriate response, because a plan is just a plan. As the circumstances change, you need to respond to that plan and not stick slavishly to that plan, so that you I think that's the real testing of prudence, that you don't just stick to what's written in the plan, you respond to the situations as they change. I expect similarly that will happen. One of the big differences here, though, is that we filed an application based on 2020 test year, and here we are at the end of 2022, and we're still hearing it. And that 5-year forecast has a year and a piece of actual data that supports that the forecast is fairly reasonable. And we also have acknowledged in our application that we will continue to approach and respond to things as they change. And there are things included in this forecast. For instance, in the 5-year forecast had a clean energy bridge coming into service in 2021. And we know that did not happen on account of a number of different things, but it has come into service in June of 2022. So to answer your question directly, I think the forecast is just that, a plan that is done based on best available information at the time that it is prepared. I think the benefits we have now is a bit of time that has passed and some information on it. But it is that a plan based on the best information at the time.
Thank you. That will help us with determining whether your test year is appropriate. And finally, Mr. Jennings, has the company applied for new licenses from the Barbados government?
Has the company applied for new licenses? I want to say I believe so, but I'm not certain the actual legal position of it. I wouldn't be able to answer that question with any
you don't know is your answer, is that correct?
Yeah, that's probably the best answer to go with. I've taken your counsel to bat McCrease.
I'll put that to the regulatory folk. I expect they would be able to answer. Mr. Chairman, my co-intervener had signaled earlier that he had a couple of questions that he wished to put to the panel, if you would permit him. Thank you.
Mr. Simpson, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Jennings, can you confirm what a C312, account 312 relates to, please?
I believe, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it has to do with the cost of plant for steam.
Okay.
I believe.
Thank you. That was my understanding as well, so I just wanted to be certain. Can you just reconfirm for me, please, when the steam plant was deemed to have been fully depreciated, please? What year?
I would have to look back to see. There were. I can't recall off the top of my head. I have to look back to see. We can get that and send that to you. I know that as at December 17, it was fully depreciated, but I can't recall if it was
At December
also,
2017?
I believe so, but well, the best answer is for me to say I can check and we can get back to you.
All right, Chair, I need to have that clarified because yesterday under my cross-examination, I thought there was agreement that it was 2017, but I think earlier in response to a question from a co-intervener, I was left with the impression that it may have been earlier than 2017, and I just want to be certain because of if it is different to 2017, then there is a clear question that I need to put to the panel on cost of additions and so on. So Chair, I would appreciate if we can get a response to that confirmation as soon as possible in case I do indeed need to place that follow-up question.
Just happy to get that information, but just recall that fully depreciated doesn't mean that it's not in service. Huh? You can have a fully depreciated asset at the end of several years. It doesn't mean that it isn't used.
I'm aware, Mr. Jennings,
okay.
and totally agreed on that point.
Okay.
I need to have confirmation so I can see if I need to have a follow-up question there.
Mr. Jennings, Mr. Simpson, could
yes,
you just, would you be able to get that information that when we resume after lunch, you would be able to respond, and if need be, we would allow Mr. Simpson to ask you the question in relation to that particular issue?
I can try my best, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Simpson?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Jennings, were any adjustments made for the Clean Energy Bridge?
Sorry, you broke up there. Could you say it again, please?
Were any adjustments made to the test year information for the Clean Energy Bridge?
Yes.
Can you just confirm for me what that adjustment was?
In the test, as I went through yesterday, I can't remember when, as I went through an earlier testimony, they included in the test here was an adjustment for 1 year's depreciation for the Clean Energy Bridge and for operating expenses associated with the Clean Energy Bridge.
Okay, thank you. Were there any other forecasted additions or retirals of assets post the test year?
Related to
your generation assets primarily?
Yes.
And how were these treated in respect to the application?
They were not included in the application.
Can you state why those were?
They've been referenced they've been shown in the forecast, in the 5-year financial forecast, but it does not affect the actual test year or the RF being applied for.
So can you just confirm why the Clean Energy Bridge was included, but not those other forecasted additions and retirals expected to occur subsequent to the test year?
Yeah, at the time of preparing the application, the intention or the assumption was that the Clean Energy Bridge would be in service in 2021, and the application was for rates to be from 2021 as well. So it's on that basis that the Clean Energy Bridge would have been included. And also at the time of preparing the application, we had a signed contract, and we were moving ahead with the investment at the Clean Energy Bridge. So there was a reasonable level of certainty around that Clean Energy Bridge, and that's the basis on which it was viewed as a known and measurable change. The other items that have been forecasted a little bit less certain, as I just responded, because it's based on best information at the point in time. It's not yet fully committed to. It's not certain. It will be adapted based on prevailing circumstances at the time. But at the time of preparing the application, it would have formed the basis of our best estimate then. Does that help with your question?
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Jennings or any other member of the panel, I have kind of a follow-on question from some questions asked by my co-intervener earlier. Can the panel state what is the difference in cost that will be saved in 2023 when the steam plant is retired as indicated, and any increase in costs that will be incurred by having to transfer the base load currently carried by the steam plant to any other units in your generation assets after 2023.
So I could say before Mr. Graves speaks, I can say that there's the steam plant is to be retired at the end of 2023. So I don't expect that there'll be any savings until 2024.
That's fine.
Right. And with regard to the amount, I wouldn't have that at my fingertips. I don't know if Mr. Graves has a different view.
So I wouldn't have an exact amount at this point in time, but as I said in previous testimony, the generation that is done on the steam plant currently would have to be replaced on other units. I would recall indicating that as more renewables come on, and because of the amount of low speed and medium speed units that we have, some of it will be able to go on that, especially during low load periods, and the remainder would have to go on the gas turbine units. But I don't have a specific number at this point.
Chair, through you, can I ask that information be supplied to us by the applicant as soon as they possibly can, please?
Yeah, noted. And
okay.
So, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Chair. I just want clarity as to what information is going to be provided. There are matters that would have the witness panel would have indicated they're unsure of right now, and they won't be sure of. So I don't want any mistake as to what information is to be provided. Some of it sounded quite speculative, and I assume they can't make that assessment. So I just want clarity.
Council, I was understanding the intervener to be requesting that since you would be taking the clean energy bridge out of operation, there would have been some the steam plant, and be using fully the clean energy bridge, that the company would have done some type of analysis to determine the prudence. So he was just asking if in the accounting or your forecasting, if there was any attempt to look at what are the effective savings that would be achieved by being able to transition from one onto the other. So I believe Mr. Jennings, would understand what the request is being made. Mr. Jennings would therefore have to say if he did not understand it in that way. So I'm just hearing from Mr. Simpson, you're moving from one to the other. Are you able to calculate what are the effective savings or additional costs associated with that transition? That is my understanding. I hope Mr. Jennings would have understood that is what Mr. Simpson. I'm not speaking for Mr. Simpson, but that was my understanding, Mr. Simpson. You could confirm?
You are indeed correct, Chair.
Okay, and Mr. Jennings, you understood that is what was being asked of you?
I understood that we were looking to see what the impact in 2024 might be based on what the forecast has for the steam. So I intended to look and see what information existed.
Okay, Council, you're satisfied? Mr. Allen?
Yes, I was still being muted. I am satisfied. If the chair is aware that Mr. Jennings just said he will look to see what information is available. My concern was that there was some idea that we were now going to go and do analysis to come up with a number. Whatever information is available will be provided.
Yes, certainly. Right. Mr. Simpson,
and sure, it is my submission that F5-year forecasts have been done within which period the plant is to be retired, that I assume such calculation would have already been done, I hope.
Okay.
Mr. Graves, can you just confirm to me, yesterday on the cross from myself, you went through quite clearly and in detail with me the various loads for your generation assets, the various mixes for your nighttime generation, intermediate, and then peak. Can you just confirm for me if your low speed diesels 10 to 13 and 14 to 15 are currently required to operate at full capacity?
So they at different times of the day, yes, but as I said, during the night time and on weekends, because of the low demand, we normally would have to back them off to balance the demand with the generation.
Okay, so is that the reason why I believe you would have suggested earlier then that when the steam plant is retired, a lot of that load probably would be transferred to one of the gas turbines? Is that a correct understanding?
It will be depending on the time of day. It will go on to the low speeds if there's additional space on those, or if not, then it will go on to the gas turbines.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jennings, my last question goes back to responses on the examination from Chairman Carrington yesterday, and I am just seeking some clarity because I still feel a bit confused, and Chair, if you are clear and can help me, I welcome that as well. And this is to do with the difference in the accumulated depreciation in the application versus what is in the regulatory reports. Am I correct, Mr. Jennings, in saying that the depreciation in your 2020 audited financial statements, according to IFRS, was, I'm using rounded figures, was 815 million? Am I correct?
Just give me a second. The number sounds familiar, but I'm checking. Yeah, hold on. $815, yes.
Okay, and that is the figure used by the applicant in its calculation of the rate base?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. In your regulatory accounts for 2020, was the accumulated depreciation figure 842 million?
Let's see if I can find it. Just give me a minute. In 2020?
Yes, please.
19. How much you said?
On roughly 842 million?
Roughly, yes.
Okay, good. In 2021, your audited financials, the figure was 853 million, 854 million, according to IFRS.
2021, I'll put a minute ago. Let me see if I can find it now. At the end of 2021?
Yes, please, in your audited financials for 2021. $853,673,000 or thereabout.
Just give me a second. $854, yeah.
Okay, and in the regulatory accounts for the same period, it was 886 million.
That's
and again,
correct.
I'm rounding the figures. That's correct.
886. That would be. That's what I have here as well. Yeah.
Okay, good. No, so that means between the two sets of accounts in. Sorry, before I go there, the figures used in the regulatory accounts. Can you just clarify for me again the basis of those figures compared to the figures used in the audited financials?
So the figures in the annual regulatory reports reflect superseded depreciation rates and reflect old retirement dates. So they're based on the 2006 study that was done and were not updated for the 2012 study that was submitted to the regulator and applied for adoption, but never heard by the commission, and not updated for the 2017 study and not updated for the 2019 update. So the annual regulatory report, in my opinion, shows a cumulative depreciation that reflects an incorrect depreciation charge, whereas the audited financial statements reflect an accurate depreciation charge and accumulated depreciation on account of the revisions that were done in 2012 and 2017 and 2019, and of course were applied for approval and were never heard.
Mr. Jennings, before you respond to Mr. Simpson, sorry, what is your understanding in terms of preparing the regulatory report?
So,
in terms of the depreciation, can your regulatory report be based on your studies or on the decision of the Fair Trading Commission?
So the regulatory report has been prepared in accordance with the rates that were used in 2006, but the regulatory report, the application, the 2012 study...
Mr. Jennings, I just want to be clear. You are citing a number of studies. However, we have two things before us. Audited financial statements, which are prepared in accordance with international financial reporting standards. And we have a regulatory report. So I just would want you to be clear in answering the witness what you would use for the preparation of your regulatory report as it relates to depreciation expense and the resulting accumulated depreciation, because I would want for that to be clear in answering that question.
So the annual regulatory report is filed using the superseded depreciation rates or the depreciation rates that would have been approved by the Commission using retirement dates that have since been refreshed twice back in 2006. That's the basis on which the annual regulatory reports were prepared.
Excuse Mr. Jennings, did the Commission not issue a decision which up until the most recent decision was the decision in relation to the depreciation rates which could be used?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Did the Commission issue a decision previous to the decision that was issued in March 2022 in relation to depreciation rates?
The last decision before the decision issued in March 2022, to the best of my knowledge, was in 2006.
I was aware there was a 2009.
Chair wasn't there this right. Okay,
2009 decision. So we are all now very concerned if you're using some 2006 rates to prepare your regulatory returns.
The 2009 financial statements, to the best of my knowledge, were based on...
There was a decision...
let me let you finish before I respond, sorry.
Mr. Allen?
Yes, Commissioner Martinez. I was just trying to offer some clarity, hopefully. I believe the 2009 application and the subsequent 2010 decision was based on a depreciation hearing that would have been done just prior to the actual hearing, like what we tried to do on this occasion. And that application would have been based on a 2006 study. So when the 2010 decision was delivered, it was based on a depreciation study that was completed in 2006. So I think that is the cross-reference to 2006 that Mr. Jennings is making.
So all we would have been asking for Mr. Jennings in speaking to the regulatory report that he speaks to the decision of the Commission and not to a study. Because, so that is why I'm asking for the witness to confirm whether the regulatory report was based on the 2010 decision of the Fair Trading Commission.
That is correct. The regulatory report is prepared on the basis of the depreciation rates that would have been set using information from 2006. That is correct. The regulatory report should, in my view, should have been updated.
Mr. Jennings, I don't want to appear, I'm asking you whether you could confirm whether the regulatory report is prepared on the basis of the 2010 decision of the Fair Trading Commission.
Chair, I've confirmed that several times. I was
hearing you refer to 2006, so I want the record.
The depreciation rates are based on a study that was done based on 2006. That was the only clarification I was offering. Sorry if it is not useful.
So, Mr. Jennings, can you confirm for us, since none of us were on the panel at that point in time, that the rates set by the commission were in fact wholly and solely based on your 2006 study, and that was what the commission used and relied on wholly and solely to make its determination? Because you are now speaking to matters which Mr. Allen would tell you or would have data on are purely speculative if you were not a party to the discussions of the panel when the decision was being made.
To the best of my knowledge, the decision that was made by the Commission was based on the depreciation rates from the 2006 study. To the best of my knowledge, there was no adjustment around it, which was based on retirement dates that were then considered appropriate, but were since revised in 2012 and 2017.
Mr. Simpson, could you proceed?
Those revisions then, sorry, I was just adding, those revisions then would have impacted the depreciation and were applied for, but were never heard by the Commission.
Mr. Jennings, I think our challenge is understanding regulatory accounting versus the other financial accounting. And I think the question is that in your regulatory reporting, we expect that in your regulatory reporting, you follow the decisions of the Fair Trading Commission. So yes, you could do a number of studies, but in your regulatory reporting, you are expected to follow the decisions of the Fair Trading Commission. And the last decision related to depreciation was given in a decision in 2010. And all we were asking for you to confirm if that regulatory report that you submit on an annual basis to the Fair Trading Commission follows the 2010 decision. That is all we were asking you to do.
Chair, I accept the position that you have stated, and I too agree that the depreciation in the regulatory reporting ought to follow the approval of the Commission, which is why the company filed applications in 2012 and in 2017 with an update in 2019 for those depreciation rates to be approved, because at the time, the depreciation would have been viewed as inappropriate due to the change in retirement dates. And at the time, the application was put to the Commission so that this misalignment would not have occurred. The Commission never heard the application. So I agree with your position that the regulatory reports should match what the regulator approved. but the only mechanism, to my understanding, to have the commission change its view would be through an application which ought to be heard. That was all I was trying to bring across, Chair.
Mr. Simpson, could you continue?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Jennings, based on all of your responses, therefore, can you confirm that the Fair Trading Commission's 2009 depreciation decision is reflected in the rate base for the 2010 application and hearing?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. For your 2021 application, you are using in your rate base the rates according to IFRS, and from your testimony, I understand those would be based on your most recent depreciation studies. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So an adjustment has to be made to the rate base now for depreciation to take into account the most recent decision as of March 2022?
No, the decision based on March 2022, the depreciation rates determined at March 2022, which included transmission, distribution, and the general property, all reflect the unrecovered amounts using the IFRS statements. We also responded, I believe, to an interrogatory where we said as well, and the commission said as well, that they were in agreement that the adjustment ought to be done, and that there was a concern over whether it would lead to any over recovery of assets, and that was that information was supplied as well. So to use the superseded depreciation rates would result in a change to the approved rates that were issued in 2022. So this application has been prepared using the accurate information which has been included in the IFRS statements. And this application has been prepared on the basis of reflecting the actual cost that customers have incurred with the adjusted retirement dates, and reflected, in my opinion, on a reasonable basis.
I still feel quite confused, so let me ask the question a different way. What depreciation rates are to be used by the applicant in its rate applications?
What I can answer what depreciation rates have been used in the application.
I believe there are guidelines for the submission of a rate application to the FTC. So I'm asking categorically, what are the depreciation rates that any applicant for a rate review by the FTC are expected to use?
I don't know that there's any specified or formalized guidelines as to what depreciation rates have to be used in an application. You could point me to them if you have them, but I don't know of any. The only qualification I know is that the depreciation needs to be reasonable, and it needs to reflect the reasonable cost incurred by the utility in providing the service. And as I have said in my testimony several times, the IFRS statements is a more accurate reflection of the depreciation being incurred by the company. The fact that the FTC did not hear the depreciation application when the depreciation rates were reviewed and revised, I don't think is a reasonable basis to use a different depreciation rate. That's my view, and that's my testimony.
So what is the purpose of a depreciation decision by the FTC, therefore?
So my view of the purpose of the depreciation study is to opine on the reasonableness of the depreciation, which they have done for the T&D assets and for the general property assets, which are based on the IFRS statements. And what's in front of you for generation is on exactly the same basis. To go now to suggest that a rate base should be reduced by $30 million in my mind is unreasonable and unfair.
I'm not suggesting anything, Mr. Jennings. I simply want to be very clear on this matter. So my last question, therefore, is, again, the difference between the accumulated depreciation in the 2020 audited statements and in 2020 regulatory accounts comes to about $26 million. My final question is, how is this 26 million treated or being treated or to be treated in the context of the difference between the two sets of accounts, the rate base and the overall rate application?
My view is that $26 million is irrelevant to the overall rate application, and on the basis of exactly what I said a moment ago, my earlier testimony. That $26 million difference is as a result of the depreciation rates, the depreciation applications that were filed not being heard in a contemporary way, and as a result, the regulatory reports reflecting an inaccurate amount of the depreciation that would have been incurred as a result of offering the service to customers. That's what that $26 million represents. The application as it has been, just a minute, the application as it has been presented reflects a reasonable amount of the cost incurred in delivering the service to customers, and that's supported by the studies, and that's supported by the earlier decision of the FTC with the 2022 decision, and as supported by the IFRS statements.
Okay. Does the FTC provide any directives, guidelines, or assistance for the preparation of the regulatory accounts?
Not to the best of my knowledge. There was a document, I think, that was issued back in 2010 advising that the regulatory reports would take the format as supplied, but not to the best of my knowledge, I don't see, there isn't any set of formalized rules or any guidelines that accompany that.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jennings. Chair, that's it from me and from this intervener team. Subject to any follow-on questions once that information on the cost savings or increases is provided.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson, and thank you, Ms. Watson. Thank you. And we will now take a recess for lunch, and we will resume at 2 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Mr. Steele? Oh, okay.
Mr. Seal, we just wanted some clarification. When you were being cross-examined by Ms. Watson, you stated that you only assisted in the preparation of the memorandum on capital expansion. Can you tell us who you assisted in the preparation?
Right, so the capital expansion memo was prepared both by myself and Johan Graves as well would have contributed to that capital memo.
So you didn't assist, you actually prepared it and Mr. Graves assisted you?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, just need clarity because you stated otherwise when cross-examined by Ms. Watson. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll continue with the cross-examination of the witness panel, and I am inviting Lieutenant Colonel Brown to start his cross-examination.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman and everyone else. Good afternoon to the members of the panel. I know it's been a long session. Many of the questions I have actually already been asked and many have even been answered. However, I do have a number of outstanding matters that I'm sure the panel can assist me in clarifying. And I also wish to continue to be focused on clarifying the guiding principles rather than so much the engineering details. So, Mr. Graves, when service life is assigned to a piece of plant, is it implicit that operation beyond this period is not recommended if quality performance standards are to be maintained? Is that an implicit understanding of having a service life?
So under normal circumstances, the service life would normally indicate the reasonable life, all things being equal. And then if you want to go beyond that, then you need to do an assessment of the various components.
So you'll be going outside of the normal quality performance expectations?
That's correct.
What are some of the anticipated consequences of extending such plant beyond this assigned life?
Okay, if you want to go beyond that life, obviously you need to take certain steps to ensure that the unit will continue to be available reliably. If you did not take those steps, those necessary steps to do that analysis and to take measures, what you can find if you go beyond that time frame is that obviously you will get more issues or faults on the piece of equipment, and failures and that sort of thing will become more prevalent.
Thank you for that. But would you say that in any event, there would be financial consequences for going beyond that point because either you proactively prepared or you didn't prepare and you pay the price in inefficient performance? Is that generally correct?
Yes, I would say that you would either have to spend, or financially have to spend some money on the front end in terms of investing to ensure it continues to be reliably, or if you don't do that, then you will suffer and happen to the consequences of not doing it when they have the actual fault, whether it means that you have to pay a lot more to do the repairs on the back end, or whether there is other measures you have to put in place.
My understanding, this is to the panel generally, is that light and power is really a going concern. In other words, it is meant to be always there. In fact, in his testimony, your managing director agreed that really the franchise holder owes an obligation to maintain the plant and to prepare it for continuity. My understanding of the concept of depreciation is that we are making financial provision for the timely replacement of retired plants so that there is consistency of essential assets. Is that your understanding too? Anyone on the panel?
I think that may be better directed, Mr. Jennings.
Yeah, I was trying to get off of mute. Depreciation is essentially the recovery of the amount of the investment in the asset.
Right. But isn't it, so am I wrong in concluding the general intent is to make financial provision for the continuity of that asset so that as it depreciates and it goes out of service, resources are available to replace and continue to depreciate in perpetuity? Is that a false assumption on my part?
I don't know that I would say in perpetuity, but I do think that the textbook definition is that it reflects the cost of the asset and it reflects the cost of the asset over the life of the asset. And I guess the level, what you're discussing is reinvestment, because after you recover the cost of the asset, the next thing is to look at the reinvestment.
Okay, right. That I understand that.
Okay.
Were there any technical issues that would have prevented the installation of replacement plant for the steam units after rates were approved in 2010 and as had been suggested by your then 5-year forecast? Were there any technical issues that would have made it difficult or challenging or unreasonable to install plant after the rates in 2010?
From a technical perspective, not to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. So, am I wrong in suggesting that there were no technical roadblocks? There was no lack of financial resources having been awarded essentially the rates that the company applied for? And therefore, but I'm trying to think of what would have been in place to prevent a situation where you're maintaining a critical base load asset. In fact, Mr. Graves, I think in an earlier question, you estimated the cost of replacing those 2 steam units with effective modern plant to be in the region of $30 million per year, 15 million each. Does this suggest that these units represent a significant component of base load assets?
Okay, if you don't mind, I think I heard more than one question in there, so if you don't mind repeating it.
But the first one was just a reminder that my understanding of an answer you were given earlier, that if we were to replace these steam units with modern rental units, we would be looking at a cost in the region of $30 million per year. That was my understanding of what you said. Is that generally correct?
Yes, that is what I would have shared earlier.
And I was saying, given that, does this suggest that these units are actually significant components of our base load assets, a critical component of what the company does in Barbados?
These units, the steam units would have provided quite a bit of generation over the years. Obviously now they are the amount that they're producing is being reduced as we move more towards the renewables. Other generation coming in on stream.
I understand that. So I have a question, and in hindsight, a worthy copy from Mr. Ali. Would the panel agree that the failure to replace the fully retired steam units as had been scheduled has now led to extremely expensive life extension initiatives on the old units, and that these additional costs are to be paid for by customers? Is that, where is that conclusion wrong?
Mr. Allen?
Yes, Chair. As my friend says, he's copying a word from me, but unfortunately, by prefacing his question by a hindsight view, he's made it irrelevant for the Commission's assessment, because the Commission cannot base its assessment as to the prudence on hindsight. It has to make its assessment on prudence as at the time the decision was made. So truthfully answering this question would not assist you or Intervenor Brown in any way in terms of your assessment.
So would you like to adjust the question, Mr. Chairman?
Please do. Adjust the question.
Forget the hindsight. Would you agree, Mr. Graves, that the failure to replace the fully retired steam units as scheduled has now led to extremely expensive life extension initiatives needing to be taken on the old units, and that these costs will have to be paid for by customers.
So no, I wouldn't agree with that. What I would say, as I said before, is that based at the point in time, we would have taken the information that was the best information available to us to inform our decisions, to do the analysis, to come up with what was the best option in the interest of customers. And you would have heard various persons give testimony as to the reasons at different times.
Okay, I understand you, and I take your point that at the time, when you bring that into consideration, you felt it was the right decision to make. These units were commissioned in 1976, and I believe they tend to operate with the kind of heat efficiency in the region of 25%. Is that true?
That is correct.
Is it also true that modern replacement plants are significantly more fuel efficient?
Well, what technology? Obviously, as you would appreciate, different technologies. Pardon me?
Base load plant. Replacement base load plant.
Okay, so different technologies have different thermal efficiencies. If you're talking about the low speeds or medium speeds, they will be more in the region of the high 30s, low 40s.
Right, which is significantly more than 25%. And you agree that this would have had a significant impact on the fuel charges actually paid by customers during the period when, contrary to their expectations, these savings were not realized because the plant was not installed. Is that an unavoidable reality then, that whether we like it or not, in that interim period when, contrary to expectations, there were no installations, customers ended up paying quite significantly more for fuel, not necessarily to Lightning Power or your fault, but because of the reality of the situation, significant expenditures in fuel on the part of customers were realized. Is that true?
Okay, so for the period 2012 onward, where the plant was not retired and new capacity installed, there would have been a differential cost between what the steam plant would have produced and what any other plant that would have been installed. What that is, I can't tell you because no plant was ever installed.
Understood, but you do agree that whatever it was, it would have been more efficient than 25% because that is the reality of the technology.
I cannot say that definitively because I know at one point they were considering waste energy, which was also basically part of the process would be utilizing steam turbine in that process. So generally yes, if you use a fossil fuel plant and it was not a steam technology, low speeds or that sort of thing, it would have been a higher efficiency.
Okay, great. We just saved a long engineering argument, right? So we'll accept that. So just to close this off, is it unreasonable to say, or for customers, for my members to conclude, that whereas since 2010, customers in Barbados have been actually paying for what should be efficient, reliable generation assets, which had been promised in 2010, based on rates requested by Blpc and approved by the Fair Trading Commission. Those rates were applied over that period and charged to customers. But in reality, what customers have been receiving have been fuel inefficient service, additional costs to maintain the extended life of old, antiquated, to be quite honest, equipment. Does the panel agree that this is a serious enough matter that should really be investigated by the regulator and that the clear findings should be explained to customers with respect to possible clawback? Those are a lot of questions out there. You want me to break them down?
I'll take a go ahead. I believe other members may also want to contribute. What I would say is back in, I think it was already highlighted in these hearings, that in the proceedings in the 2009 hearing, what would have been indicated at that point in time, forecast would have been presented at that time, which had contemplated the retirement of the steam plant and the establishment of new plant. The rates that were approved at that point in time were not inclusive of that expenditure. At that point in time, that similar to what we are doing right now, we have a capital forecast to give an idea of what plans the company has for the future. As we said, and we have said many times, between then and now, there have been a number of different developments in terms of the landscape and all the rest, which would have caused the utility to relook the outlook for the future and adjust its plans based on the best known information at that point in time. And as such, the decisions that we took were what we believe to be the most prudent at the point in time. Throughout the time, you would have heard that we would have consulted with stakeholders to get their input, and we would have gone about seeking to make the best decisions for the customers of Barbados at that point in time.
Very comprehensive. Any other panel members want to make a comment before I ask a couple of questions on your response? So, Johan, Mr. Graves, are you suggesting to me that promises made by Blpc, for example, in this rate case, about what our future is likely to turn out to be based on your getting the rates, cannot be taken seriously because you reserve the right to change your mind immediately afterwards? Is that essentially what you just said to me?
Objection, Mr.
No.
Chairman, argumentative.
There's a question. Is this a question? If it's no, it's no. It's not meant to be argumentative, because as a customer, we like to think that once your 5-year projection, for example, are brought to the table, the public can have reasonable expectations that once the rates are given, those can be treated like promises. I seem to recall that one of the requirements of the franchise holder is not only to maintain the system, but to prepare the system for future likely customer requirements and technology changes. I find it very difficult to understand how it is possible to do that without projecting into the future.
Mr. Brown, Mr. Aline has raised his hand. Mr. Aline?
Sorry.
Chair, I'm just wishing to remind intervener Lieutenant Colonel Brown that he's to ask a question. We're getting a lot of long statements. Questions may be interspersed at different points, but this is not an evidentiary basis. He isn't asking questions that can be answered by these witnesses, and I would wish him to put questions to the panel.
Mr. Brown, you could phrase your response in the form of a question.
I believe I made my point, Mr. Chairman. The last question really was...
So in relation to the question you're posing, which is in relation to the capital expansion plan and the proposed rates.
Right. So my question is, and I thought I had asked that, is that can the public of Barbados rest assured that the promises contained in an application for a rate review by the company can be taken as something worth their weight on paper, or is it something just an empty promise?
Just stop there.
Right. How serious are those promises?
Mr. Aline?
Sir, this substantive question was asked about an hour and a half ago by intervener Watson. It's just a repeat of the same question. as to whether the plans can be taken and accepted as a promise. This is the same question. We're just repeating the same evidence over and over again.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would think that just give the same answer and we can move on. I don't see the need for intervention then.
That is true, so. So answer the question, let us move on.
So is someone going to answer? Because I really think that the company...
Let's give them opportunity to answer. Mr. Graves, Mr. Jennings, Mr. Seal.
Okay, the plans that we present as part of this application, based on all the information we have right now, is the best available information to us, and these represent the plans that the company have for the next 5 years. Perfect. However, we recognize that there is, that we're in a very transitionary state as the energy sector, and as other information becomes available, then obviously we need to be adaptable, our plans need to be adaptable to incorporate the direction in which the country wishes to go.
So absolutely perfect. I accept that, certainly. I appreciate that answer. I just have one other follow-up to that, and then finish with this particular section. In the event that, as you suggest, Mr. Graves, circumstances change and the kind of dynamic where we live in, that is quite possible. Is there any reason why there isn't some degree of change that requires the company to go to the Fair Trading Commission and say, hello, things have changed. We would like your stamp on this new approach? Is there a crossover point when that decision becomes a sensible, viable decision to take on the company's part?
Okay, I believe that may be a more strategic question, which will be better answered by our MD, because obviously those sort of decisions in turn would normally be for his determination.
Fully appreciate it, sir. Thank you for that. I also think that this is a matter of enough magnitude and enough dollars that the Fair Trading Commission should be asked to have a look at it and be able to make a statement to customers about how sensible it is. Do you agree with that, or would you say that is far-fetched thinking?
Again, I would say that is something probably better answered by the managing director.
Fully appreciate it. Mr. Seal, good afternoon to you, sir. Among your duties listed are responsibility for system planning and asset management. Is that correct? Among many others, I think.
Yeah, that is correct.
So can I ask, what role did you play in the formulation of the Barbados National Energy Policy?
We, like any other stakeholder, we would have been a participant at a high level to those meetings, and we would have contributed from a utility perspective what our thoughts are to facilitate the transition as of now.
Right. So as a company, you are fully aware of the development of the policy, and you would have contributed to the final policy, I would imagine. Is that correct?
Yes, we were part of the stakeholder engagement meetings. That's correct.
On page 784 of your memo, in item 9, I'm not going to read it because I think Intervenor Watson read it this morning. But just a part of it, you said, just a quote, it says, the announcement of the government's plans, along with changes to the government's licensing regime, the new Electric Light and Power Act, and anticipated reforms to the electricity market structure caused Barbados' energy environment to become more dynamic and uncertain. As a result, the Barbados Light and Power Company undertook systematic reviews and adjustments to its investment plans. What are some of the adjustments that resulted? And am I correct in suggesting that they included...
Just allow him to answer the question. You phrase the question there, so just pause and allow Mr. Seal to answer.
Okay.
Right, so with reference to what was granted in the last hearing, the grant to the utility in that application was on the basis of a particular test year. What was forecasted in the forecast year was the utility's best estimate as to what a 5-year forecast will look like. And any prudent and responsible utility has the responsibility to make adjustments to its investment plans, taking into account various externalities, and those were all outlined and enumerated there. And you yourself are aware, like, let's say, for example, we had projected that a particular technology would be used or would be invested in, and some other better technology came along, it would be more prudent to adjust one's plans to get the benefit of that new technology. So any responsible utility would take that approach. That's exactly what Light Power has done over the years. As we mentioned previously in testimony, that once we made the determination that the planned 60 megawatts did not materialize, had we made investment as we had planned, it would not have been a prudent decision, because our customers then would have to pay for both a stranded asset that may not end up being used, and that plant being used, plus the recovery for that capital investment, plus the renewable investment that would have come along. So as we explained, that it was a more prudent decision to extend the life of the scheme, and we would have made that decision, taking all the factors into account.
Okay, I'm not going to take it on that road, because you answered that extensively this morning. I'm actually thinking of a higher level, to be quite honest. Within your statement, when you refer to the government's plan and the government's, the ELPA, it does not give one the impression that Blpc was actually part of that decision-making at the level that I actually would expect. Don't forget,
Mr. Brown, the question. Phrase it as a question.
Do you recall your managing director agreeing that there is a critical role for the power company to play in the overall management of the energy infrastructure in Barbados? Do you recall that him agreeing that is, you cannot escape the reality that the company has a critical leadership role to play in developing the energy infrastructure?
We do acknowledge that we have a critical role to play, but I do recall him explicitly indicating to you that we don't formulate policy, but we do have a role to play. The utility still has to be guided by any policy that is put in place.
True. So can I conclude that the company was not 100% in alignment with government's proposal at the time?
I don't fully understand that particular question.
I was trying to draw a reference from the same comment I referenced in section 9 of your memo, and I was asking you if it is reasonable for me to conclude that the company was not completely in alignment with the government's proposal, in as much as you found it necessary to do a systematic review and adjustment of your investment plans. And you actually referred to, even the way you refer to some of the agreement as the government's plan and the government's, it doesn't sound inclusive. So is it unreasonable for me to conclude that you were not 100%, maybe 90%, maybe 95%, but I'm just saying you were not 100% in alignment with government's proposal? Is that a reasonable conclusion for me to draw?
No, that's not a reasonable conclusion. The reference there was that we were signaling that while we may have been on a particular trajectory, we could not ignore the fact that the government has suggested that 60 megawatts of base load capacity was due to come online. We could not ignore that. It had to be taken into account as one of the factors that inform the complex decision that we have to make.
Okay, and you don't see it as the company's specific direct responsibility to make sure that adequate generation assets do come online as required in the interest of system reliability and system stability?
Yes,
independent of anybody else?
We do have an obligation to serve, and we have and continue to serve that mandate.
Thank you. Great. So here's a question, and this is not to pick on you. In hindsight, should the company have taken...
Mr. Brown, the hindsight...
hindsight. But hey, so what's wrong with hindsight, sir? Mr. Allen used that with great effect.
Just pose the question without using the word in-house. So just leave that part off of the question.
So that takes all the fun out of it. But anyway, Mr. C. Lynch, should the company have taken the wait-and-see attitude that we saw with the waste energy proposal, for example, or should the company have been more proactive in protecting the interests of the national energy grid and the customers of Barbados Light and Power Company? In your opinion?
The company has taken a reasonable and informed position because, notwithstanding that, as we have indicated, we continue with our planning process for the clean energy bridge and any other technology that we had forecasted for our site. We continue to engage with town planners, and we made all the necessary plans that were prudent that would then allow us to be able to make the type of investment that we made recently once we had obtained the planning permission to do so. So we continued our plans, and we have continued to act reasonably and prudently, in my view.
So if we were to apply a timeline, I will draw some question marks to that, for example, because you yourself admitted that it was only after the waste energy plant did not fail to materialize that the company then went to backup plans. But I'm not going to pursue that. Here's the question I really want to ask you. At what stage was it considered that the Fair Trading Commission, as regulator, should have been approached to resolve any differences between Blpc, government, and any other interested party who has an interest in affecting the energy market in Barbados? Is the FTC not meant to be the overall referee and regulator? At what point were they approached for assistance in resolving this clear conflict?
Well, we have always kept our regulator abreast of our plans, and in fact, when we did signal with regard to our decisions in relation to the steam, the commission did find that our position was a reasonable one.
I don't want to be unreasonable, otherwise I would ask you what you honestly thought about the Cahill plan from the very beginning. So I'm not going to ask you that. But here's what I am going to ask you. In the panel's professional judgment, does a lack of coordination between Blpc and other stakeholders in national energy policy and planning represent a threat even to future progress with the Barbados national energy policy? Is that clear, or is that too common?
Could you repeat the question?
Right, so thanks for that. In your professional judgment, does a lack of coordination between the company and some of the other key stakeholders in national energy policy and planning, and that includes government and a lot of the other key players, represent a threat to future progress even with the Barbados national energy policy?
I would not say that. In my opinion, the LPC has always demonstrated that it has both been a leader and also supportive of the 100% transition. And we have demonstrated that based on our investments, both in a solar farm, in a 5 megawatt battery, and we continue to signal through our 5-year investment plan that we are interested in investing in future renewable energy projects, provided that we are able to do so, and that the appropriate cost recovery mechanisms are provided to be able to recover on those investments.
So, Mr. C, what is the approximate level of penetration of RE into the network as we speak?
It is around just under 10%, I think, from my recollection, just over 9%.
And in response to a number of questions from Intervenor Worm, I think you discussed the level of instability being experienced on the grid and the number of complaints from a number of IPPs. You're aware of that?
Yeah, that is correct, yes.
And the Barbados National Energy Policy is looking to get to 100% in a couple more years. We are not at 10% yet, and we are experiencing significant problems. Is that correct?
We are experiencing issues related to high penetration on given days, and there are mitigations for those particular issues.
Are you familiar with the history of penetration of renewables into systems such as Australia, for example? I think yes. they got as far as about 15%.
Yes, I don't recall what percentage they got to, but I'm aware of
the challenges
in other jurisdictions.
Okay, well, I'll just leave it at that. the question I really would like to ask, but I'm sure you're going to ask me to refer to Mr. Blackman, I'm happy to do that, is what is the company's plan to resolve this fundamental challenge and principle of clear, unquestioned leadership in energy in Barbados? And the company cannot escape a role because that is by definition what the LPC is there for. And it needs to be clarified. So what is the company's plan and vision to resolve this fundamental challenge in leadership? You want me to leave that for Mr. Blackman?
So as you mentioned, that's a more strategic question, but as I've already said, we've already demonstrated leadership as well in that regard, and we continue to do so.
Yeah, thank you very much. I suspected that would be your correct answer. Am I right in concluding that the company's vision for 2032, just to pull a number, is one that envisages things like the clean energy bridge and maybe even other fossil plant operating as a backup in case of unusual circumstances, even when after we achieve the renewable energy environment that we've seeking? Is that generally the company's vision?
So I missed the first part because you went on a little bit.
That the clean energy bridge and maybe even other fossil backup plant will be available as backup to supplement the RE environment that is created in the event that there's bad weather or system failure. Is that the general vision?
Yes, that's correct. In the absence of firm renewables, because the majority of the renewables that are currently connected are variable RE, which is why, just for clarity, that there are issues being experienced in the system. So just as we had, like for example, during the ash fall or during issues when there's no sun around, there's cloud cover, there has to be some form of material backup in terms of firm generation on the system.
I got that message. Correct. I got that message loud and clear from the company. So thank you for clarifying that. Is it also true that what the company sees is an orderly increase in the percentage of RE penetration as you move towards that 100%?
I didn't catch all of it, but there should be some orderly progression. I will agree with that, yes.
Okay, right, thank you. On the other hand, do you get the impression that government's vision for 2030, 2032 is one of a net zero Barbados with no fossil plant and requiring a radical move away from fossil to sustainable energy? Do you get the impression that government's vision is more aligned to the second scenario?
Yes, I don't want to speak specifically on that, but I'm aware that that particular view may have been tempered with the understanding that there is still need for some fossil fuel backup, unless there's a firm plan for storage or some firm RE that would ensure that the system remains stable in stable operation.
Okay, thank you for that. Although I can see that you're influencing the answer with your engineering background. Can you see the challenge in asking the Fair Trading Commission now to approve rates for plants such as the Clean Energy Bridge that are likely to become stranded assets if the Barbados National Energy Policy succeeds as the government envisions it?
Well, if the appropriate assigned years for recovery is not there, then obviously it would put pressure on rates, or there is a possibility of a stranded asset that could occur.
So it is something that needs to be looked at.
Yes.
This is probably for Mr. Jennings. Subsequent to the last rate decision, the LPC's share ownership structure was changed dramatically when Emir was allowed to purchase 100% of the shares on the market. This resulted in a new board which represents a single stakeholder. Has this change been approved by the FTC?
The acquisition of the LPC by Emira, has it been approved by the FTC? That's a question.
Yes, sir.
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Isn't this a massively significant change in the structure of the company? Essentially to the exclusion.
Mr. Brown, Mr. Allen.
Oh, sorry, didn't see that.
Chair, thank you. I do believe that this line of questioning is not relevant to the assessment that the commission is being asked to make. That is, if there's been approval for shareholder changes and the like. I do not know how this will assist the commission in terms of its assessment. And I am not sure that in any event is appropriate questioning to be put to the asset management panel.
Yeah, Mr. Brown, the Fair Trading Commission would not be required to approve any such change in share ownership. So that is not the mandate of the Fair Trading Commission. So
actually, I was even the issue that I've attempted to address or have been trying to attempt to address is not the share ownership. It is the representation of stakeholders in decision making.
yes, but that would not also fall under the Fair Trading Commission Act. So we don't govern those issues.
So I'll take note of that, and that fight probably needs to be raised at the different locations. So can I move on then? I think this would probably be Mr. Seal. When rates were set in 2010, would these rates have been based on expenses that would have been set in a test year when the company's transmission and distribution maintenance staff were actually quite substantial? And a consequence of the then policy of the company of placing customer requirements at the top of their list, Mr. Seal?
As I said, the rates were set on the basis of the 2010 test year. Your specific reference, I'm not able to speak to that specifically right now. I would have to double check.
But you agree? At that point, the expenses that approved would have included the level of maintenance staff currently hired by the company. Is that correct?
The level of staff at the time, yes, it would be.
At the time, yes.
Yes, I believe it would be reasonable for the company to include that. Yes, yes.
Right, thank you. So am I right in noting that there has been significant restructuring of maintenance resources since the last rate hearing?
I wouldn't say significant, but it has been restructuring.
So what word would you use to describe it?
I would say reasonable, in line with the business to be able to maintain service levels and carry out our mandate.
Very diplomatic. All the while, would you agree that rates continue to be paid based on the 2010 levels of maintenance assets when they were set? Customers continue to pay rates that were predicated on the staff levels of 2010. That's what I was trying to say.
Right, but the FTC has the purview during the examination of any 5-year forecast to make the determination as to whether the utility is over and under recovering. And I think that the Director of Finance has indicated that over the last several years that the utility has been under recovering this investment.
So you're saying that the FTC in the interim, even before rate cases, would have had the opportunity to review these expenses and make sure that they were fair and reasonable?
Yeah, that's correct. We file information to the FTC on an annual basis, so we have that information.
Okay.
Mr. Seal, I'm not quite understanding the statement that you would have just made in terms of the role of the Fair Trading Commission.
Right, me neither.
In terms of reviewing your expenses, you submit a regulatory report.
Right, correct. So that's my reference.
We do not review your expenses. You file a regulatory report in which we would try to ensure that you follow what would have been approved in the decision in the last rate hearing. So we do not review the expenses. We just would want to make sure that you comply with the requirements of the last decision of the Fair Trading Commission.
That's correct. Chairman, my reference was to the fact that we file those reports on an annual basis.
Yeah, but if I may continue, Mr. Chair, I did not think, Mr. Seal, that wasn't the level of scrutiny that I thought. I kind of was suggesting that maybe something more like a rate review to make sure that things continue to be on track. But we don't need to quarrel about that. when we look at generation plant, we know that they have very detailed maintenance benchmarks, such like running hours and duty cycles that determine scheduled maintenance and produce reports and all that. Are these reports monitored by anybody? I would think maybe the Fair Trading Commission, to make sure that maintenance is kept up to standard? Are there reports on maintenance that are forwarded to somebody to check, some independent body?
No reports are forwarded to the regulator on the routine maintenance.
So this is all internal. When it comes to the transmission and distribution system, what is the standard for determining adequacy of maintenance? How do we know that the national electric infrastructure is being maintained in a state of readiness for handover to the next franchise holder, for example? Are there no measures? Are there internal measures then, Mr. C?
Right, so maintenance, as we indicated previously, is something that is guided. For example, if it's a piece of equipment, maintenance is guided by the OEM manuals and instructions, and is indicated if it's a large piece of equipment. They also have service bulletins associated with it, and we are guided by those maintenance strategies. On the T&D end, I would have spoken to that in terms of maintenance that is guided by the life of an asset. We have information relative to how we perform routine maintenance based on exposure, the type of, for example, the type of pole, degree of rot, and also our own operational experience are things that guide our maintenance. And maintenance is performed with a view to maintaining a certain level of reliability and not necessarily for passing on a handover or sale to some future individual.
But I was thinking specifically in terms of T&D equipment, which is a fairly significant asset.
Right, so what aspect of maintenance you're not clear on, because it would have indicated what guides our maintenance regime there. In terms of pole replacements, we have, based on our asset register, we know the age of poles. We do investigation in terms and inspections that will guide that process in terms of the condition of the pole. We also employ various techniques in terms of, as I mentioned, non-destructive techniques. For example, we can investigate the degree of rot of a pole and make a determination as to whether it needs to be treated, whether it needs to be maintained, in other words, or whether it needs to be replaced. And we also use currently various strategies in terms of, like, we use drones for inspection that will guide our maintenance as well. That will guide our tree trimming process. That will guide how we treat any asset that we see as deteriorating, and we make the determination as to whether it needs to be replaced or upgraded.
Okay, thank you for that. From an accounting point of view, are there any accounting processes in place that would track the allocation of retained earnings earmarked towards various categories to which these funds would have been designated at the last rate hearing? For example, when you come, as just like different bits of machinery are depreciated, the depreciation costs are accumulated. Is there some registry somewhere that says that of the $354 million in retained earnings, 50 million is assigned to T&D maintenance, 25 million is allocated to metering? Is there that kind of categorization to make sure that resources are properly focused where they're budgeted for?
I'm not aware of any such.
Okay. It has been continually hinted, particularly by
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Brown, Mr. Jennings has wanted
Oh,
to.
sorry.
Could you unmute Mr. Jennings first, please?
Thank you, Chair. No kind of ground there isn't any such allocation.
Didn't quite understand your...
I didn't hear that.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Yeah, I'm saying there's no such allocation.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Is this a good thing, Mr. Jennings? I mean, in as much as in a rate, even in this rate case, the company is actually coming to the Fair Trading Commission and saying, we need these funds in these various categories because this is what we need to do. Don't you find it strange to immediately, once you get the rates, that is no longer meaningful? It's just a pool of funds now that is not necessarily directed to any particular area?
No, so the question, as I understood it, related to retained earnings. So on an annual basis, there's an account of what was spent on everything. The retained earnings is the pool of the earnings are attributable to shareholders. So it's not like there's an allocation of retained earnings. I was just trying to answer the question you asked.
Mr. Chairman, you know I'm an engineer, not an accountant. So help me to understand why retained earnings are attributable to shareholders. He lost me there, sir.
So we went through this before. I think Dr. Villadson went through this yesterday as well. Retained earnings is the amount of money that is owned by the shareholder after deducting expenses as a result of the service being provided.
Mr. Chairman, when I look at the company's financial statement, the retained earnings show as an asset of the Barbados Light and Power Company Limited. I don't understand how they could be assets of the shareholder, assets of Barbados Light and Power Company.
I think, Mr. Jennings, I think the intervener is seeking to get an understanding in terms of sources of funds for any investment, and that you would be aware in terms of financing any investment. He's seeking to say that some of it could come from shareholders, and that could come from shareholders through the investment of new capital, or it could come from use of undistributed funds such as retained earnings, or it could come from debt. So I think he was asking in terms of your investment plans, how do you see, if there's no allocation in your investment plan to finance these assets you're acquiring using these different sources? You think okay, Mr. Allen, you have a query now?
Yes, thank you, Chair. You are very effective in making appropriate questions, and I have no issue with the question you, Chairman, have posed. Mr. Brown, Lieutenant Colonel Brown, however, was questioning who owns retained earnings and how they belong to shareholders. It's a totally different thing, which has been readily spoken to already in these proceedings. So if the question is, as you have phrased, Chair, I have no issues with it. If it is as Lieutenant Colonel has phrased, it has been addressed and is certainly, again, not an issue for asset management team as to who owns retained earnings and how it's accounted for in the books.
Mr. Chairman, not to be argumentative, but let Mr. Allen check the records. He will see that it is Mr. Jennings that said that these are the shareholders' funds. I asked for an explanation.
Okay, so which question would you like Mr. Jennings to answer?
Well, I would still like to get an understanding of this. But sir, I agree with Mr. Allen. You actually put it so well so that I wouldn't want to interfere with the way you interpreted my attempt.
So, Mr. Jennings, would you be able to explain to Lieutenant Colonel Brown the sources of finance for any investment and how you do any allocation of such funds?
Sure, Chair. So as you indicated, we raise financing in two main different ways. One is the equity financing, which is typically in the form of retained earnings. And the other is we access financing from debt as well. So we access financing through retained earnings and we access the financing through debt. And that would be utilized in the way that is reflected in the assets and in the expenses.
May I ask why there's no attempt to raise funding from investors as a standard in the US, for example, and in all the examples used by your expert yesterday?
So, as I said yesterday and before, that the idea, the focus has been on trying to achieve a debt equity ratio of 65-35. And in terms of, I think once you get to that point and you start to dip below 65% equity, looking to raise additional funding from shareholders through share issuances may be an option. But as it stands now, you're still trying to get to the reduce the level of equity participation, not increase it.
Excuse Mr. Jennings?
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
not sure if you've answered the question asked by Lieutenant Colonel Brown. What we are trying to determine is when an asset has to be purchased. How do you ascertain whether you use equity financing, debt financing to purchase that asset?
So as it stands now, when we are trying to raise financing to purchase an asset, we do it with a view to managing the debt to equity structure of the company.
Mr. Chairman, can I move on? Because this will open a whole other can of worms that tells you. Because don't forget, I actually represent a co-op, an investment co-op. This is actually what we are all about. And I must tell you, I'm completely lost. So in the interest of time and to stay on the topic, can I ask your indulgence so I can just move past that particular question, sir?
Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Brown.
Thank you. Mrs. Jennings, you have continually hinted, as recently as today, that unless the company investors get their demanded rates, the company will be unable to meet the goals in the Barbados National Energy Policy. Can I ask you, what was Blpc's income in the test year? Was it something like $28.7 million?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea what the typical income for well over 90% of Blpc's customers were in 2020?
No, sir.
If I told you that it was close to zero and in many cases less than zero, would you be surprised?
Mr. Brown, I see the hand of the council, Ms. Aline.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm concerned that Lieutenant Colonel Brown is going to a cross-examination that deals with Mr. Jennings in a role that he has already performed for this commission. These are questions linked to the manner in terms of his income statement and other financial documents that he would have submitted. He was cross-examined extensively on them in every form. Presently now, I believe he has been sitting as the longest standing witness in these proceedings from that role to the next role with the second panel to this role. I'm asking that matters that have been canvassed in a comprehensive manner not be continued along simply because the financial controller is sitting there, financial director. This has already been dealt with. This is a repeat of what we've done. This is extending the proceedings in a manner that is not necessary and is not helpful to the commission.
Mr. Chairman, I actually beg to disagree. I think that the fact that it's been done already means the answer is easy.
Yes, but okay. Okay, so just we could move along quickly, Lieutenant Colonel Brown, and explore areas that have not been answered.
I just wanted to know if Mr. Jennings is aware that in 2020, the country itself suffered a 19% fall in GDP, and therefore, to expect that the company will make the same 10% as they did back in the great 90s and 80s, does he agree that that is not a reasonable expectation?
Sorry. I was trying to get off mute. I believe that the company needs to earn a reasonable rate of return. The company has an essential service. And
Mr. Jennings, could you speak a little louder, because we're not hearing you.
Sorry. Chair, is that any better?
Definitely.
A lot better.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll try and make sure I don't step again. Like I said in previous testimony, and I've said in my memoranda, I believe that the utility as an essential service needs to earn a reasonable rate of return to be able to deliver the service that it provides.
Should I continue, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please continue.
Mr. Jennings, can I summarize?
How much, you have a lot more questions, Mr. Brown?
So, Mr. Chairman, you're giving me the impression that you really don't like to hear me.
No, that's not. I just want to know.
Okay.
I'm planning. Of course, we like to hear you, Lieutenant Colonel Brown. We'll never do that.
I'm actually going to wind up shortly, though, sir.
You know, you're so smartly attired in your outfit.
I'm actually going to wind up shortly, though.
Yes, we do. But I'm just in terms of planning, managing the time, we were just asking so that I have an indication of how this evening will go for. Mm-hmm.
Fully understood, sir. I'll wrap up very shortly. Just two questions for Mr. Jennings, and I think that should be it. Mr. Jennings, if I were to summarize the Barbados Light and Power as follows, tell me where I'm wrong. Here's a company with $354 million in retained earnings, with extremely low levels of debt, with a monopoly on the market for its services, and so secure that there's not even open competition for alternative investors who are willing to accept a lower rate on return on assets. Not even that you have to worry about. Can you please tell the Commission, and certainly the interveners, what is the real purpose for this current rate application?
Sorry. So to the best of my knowledge, as I gave in previous testimony, the purpose of this application is to allow the utility the opportunity to be able to have the financial stability and security to be able to deliver the service in a safe and reliable manner that customers expect.
And that scenario that I outlined that describes your current situation, you would describe as tenuous.
I stand by the testimony I've given. So,
Jim, I take that as he's not going to answer that question, sir. And I actually respect that. Is the application related to the delay in licensing of the new franchise?
Not to the best of my knowledge, sir. The application is based on a historic test here, and as a result of the utility not being able to earn a reasonable return on and cover its costs of providing service.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jennings, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir.
Yes, thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Brown. There were one or two questions that I will ask based on some of the cross-examination of Mr. Brown and Mr. Seal. I just want to get an understanding of your knowledge of the standard of service report that is normally submitted by the Barbados Light and Power Company to the Fair Trading Commission. You're aware of the standard of service report? Would someone unmute Mr. Seal, please, that he could respond? Thank you.
Yes, okay. Finally came out. Thank you. Yes, I'm aware. I believe those reports are submitted on a quarterly basis.
Yes, because it was in response to the question from intervener Lieutenant Colonel Brown in terms of some of the metrics and things like this that are usually submitted. So I was wondering if you, in your testimony, didn't get the impression that you spoke to those types of things in terms of the guaranteed services standards, and the different reliability metrics and availability metrics that are required in such reporting. I didn't get the understanding that you were aware of that, so I was just seeking to clarify.
Yes, I am, yes. I'm not aware, I may have missed the question, if he asked a question in that regard, that he didn't answer.
Well, the question that he'd asked, I didn't get, the response really should have focused to some extent in terms of what you would be required to report to the Fair Trading Commission, and I didn't get in your response that you spoke to the fact that there is a standard of service report that is filed quarterly that deals with some of those issues that I think he was asking you about.
Yes, so that's correct. So we do report on both guaranteed and OES standards, overall standards as well. So that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Jennings, I have a question for you. In terms, are there any type of capital budgeting techniques that are employed by the Barbados Light and Power Company in making long-term decisions, such as in relation to any plant replacement?
So annually,
a capital budgeting techniques. You're aware of?
Perhaps you could clarify to me what you mean by that, Chair.
You don't know what capital budgeting techniques?
Capital budgeting techniques is in for fixed assets or is in for capital use for financing?
Okay. Okay, let me move on to Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, you make the statement that, that you take considerations into account in making any decisions. So you're using the statement, we take considerations. I would just like for you to outline for us, when you say take considerations, what do you mean by take considerations? Because it's...
Okay.
What do you take into consideration in making your long-term decisions? I just would want for you to clarify that, because that is your testimony always, that certain considerations. Just want you to outline what you mean when you say take considerations. What are those factors you take into consideration in making your long-term decisions?
Okay, sure, Chair. Okay, so when we're looking in terms of long-term considerations or outlook, some of the things that we will take into consideration is the general energy environment and the landscape at the point in time. We will take into consideration the demand for electricity in terms of the sales growth and those sort of things. We will take into consideration the fuel outlook, fuel pricing outlook, and those sort of metrics as well. We will also take into consideration guidance from any guidance from the regulator, any guidance from the policymakers, other stakeholders as well. And we will all of those things are considered as we look out into the future.
Okay, thanks. So in terms of your assessment, you would agree that there would be financial considerations and there would be non-financial considerations, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Right. So you've outlined some of these which would be non-financial considerations. So the first question I was asking the first question I was asking that I was trying to get an understanding from Mr. Jennings with capital budgeting technique is where we would use some of the financial considerations in making any long-term decision. So
yes, I think as was mentioned earlier today, when we're looking at that, it's normally a team. So you would have the finance personnel, representing asset management, operations personnel, and various other personnel will have an input into those considerations going forward. So it's not simply technical or simply financial. It's a balanced approach.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Graves.
You're welcome.
Okay. So we have some questions now from representing the Barbados Business Development Division, Ministry of Energy and Business Development, as well as the Barbados Association of Retired Persons. public counsel, you're assisting these two entities. You may proceed with your questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I note that the Blpc is near to its limit of 80 megawatt for renewable energy. My question is, do you monitor the applications for renewable energy licenses that are being submitted to the Ministry of Energy? Can anyone on the panel answer? I'm not sure who to direct it to, so can someone answer?
Yes, we do provide information to the Ministry of Energy, and they also share information relative to the status of licenses. We have a portal that was implemented in February of this year, and information is exchanged through that portal, through the government, the Ministry of Energy portal.
Thank you. Barbados Light and Power Company is planning to go 100% in renewable energy by 2030. You indicated that Barbados Light and Power Company is currently having problems accommodating the 70 megawatts of renewable energy being supplied by private entities and photovoltaic plant at Trent St. Lucie. My question, therefore, is do you anticipate that these problems with the 70 megawatts of renewable energy and the expansion required to get you to the 300 megawatts of renewable energy by 2030, do you anticipate that these can be accomplished within 8 years?
Just first of all, there may be a misinterpretation. What we would signal is that Blpc did perform a study around 2015, and we would have demonstrated during that study that it was possible for the grid to accommodate up to around 80 megawatts without mitigation measures. So the grid is able to handle that capacity, but beyond that, we're going to signal both in that study and subsequently what are some of the mitigation measures that are required for the grid to be able to accommodate increasing penetration of renewables. So just want to provide that clarity for you. And one such example is that of battery storage, and we've already spoken to how that can accommodate her penetration. With regard to the timelines, we recognize that there is in the Barbados National Energy Policy specific targets with regard to solar, wind integration, and also storage. And the timeline as outlined was from 2019 to 2030 to accommodate that, a 10-year accelerated timeline.
Mr. Seal, I'm going to quote from, in fact, I'm going to let you get a chance to look at it, the non-consolidated financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2020, page 44, operating statistics. You have it, sir?
No, I don't have it before me, but I'm not sure what reference you're making, but you can go ahead.
Okay, I'm looking at the installed capacity of generating plant expressed in megawatts for 2020. So I'm looking at the steam, the diesel, the gas turbines, the solar PVs, and then the totals.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to make an assumption based on what I'm seeing. So and you may need to have it in front of you, unless you're very familiar with that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the particular page, but go ahead and make your point in the interest of time.
Thank you. Is it accurate to say that the steam plant, which is 40% of the installed capacity, was only contributing 8.8% of gross generation and sales in this proportion to its installed capacity? Is that an accurate statement?
I think Mr. Gray spoke to that previously in testimony with regard to the contribution from the steam.
Perhaps I missed it. Is it possible you could answer me again?
So, yes, sorry. So in terms of the steam unit in 2020, it would have produced approximately 82 gigawatt hours, 82 point some amount, 82, approximately 82 gigawatt hours.
So perhaps I can go on with my question a little bit further. So in asking customers to pay, basically the figure may not be 100% accurate, but let's say in asking the customers then to pay 21 million for the steam plant relifing, are customers being then asked to pay in a disproportion to what they're actually getting, what they're actually receiving?
I don't believe that that's a reasonable assumption, because the customers are paying for the service that they're receiving from an entire dispatch stack and not just the steam station.
Okay, another question. Have you established cost centers as part of your operations to monitor the profitability of all the generating plants?
Yes, so we have different cost accounts for each of the various stations.
Okay, I have another question for you. I want you to look at paragraph 9. Let's see a minute. It's the affidavit on page 1116. This is in reference to the megawatts and the clean energy bridge. It's a table that reads like this. Megawatts 33.0, clean energy bridge, Trent St. Lucie is the location, 7.5 megawatts, solar photovoltaic plant, 29 acres of land. I'm not sure, are you following?
No, I'm not following. I'm not sure if your hand is, but could you keep going?
Okay, my question is, do you agree that the rising cost of fossil fuel, as shown in the monthly fuel clause adjustment, has been having a negative effect on the demand by domestic customers for the applicant's supply of electricity service? Is that a reasonable conclusion?
No, we don't believe it to be a reasonable conclusion, because we have signaled and provided information both in interrogatories and in some of our responses to indicate that since one full month operation of the clean energy bridge, that the benefits to consumers has been a reduction in their electricity bill, particularly on the fuel side, up to around 70% in some instances.
Do you have an idea of, I know you're saying you're moving to full renewable energy by say 2030. Do you have any idea of the actual cost?
The cost of renewable energy, various technologies attract various price per kilowatt hour.
Okay. Another question, I'm not sure who will answer this, but I'm going to ask it. Are you aware that the 5-year forecast and capital expansion plan is used by the FTC in determining ROR?
I believe that's for Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Jennings?
Sorry, again, I was trying to get my the thing off of mute. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, Mr. Jennings. Are you aware that the 5-year forecast and capital expansion plan is used by the FTC in determining ROR?
So I am aware that the return on rate base is calculated for the test year, and I believe that is also shown in the 5-year forecast, but I don't believe that the 5-year forecast or the capital expansion plan is used in determining the tariff. I don't believe that.
Mr. Jennings, if you could simply...
I'm not hearing you.
Okay, Mr. Jennings, if you can just explain to public counsel, how is the 5-year forecast and the capital expansion used? Because the question she's asking is in relation to the required return. She's asking you if it is your understanding, or she's asking the panel if it's your understanding that what has been submitted as the 5-year plan, as well as the capital expansion plan, will be used in relation to calculating your rate of return.
Thank you, Chair. So I believe that in calculating the rate of return, the test year is what is used, but I do believe that the 5-year forecast and the capital expansion plan are reviewed with a view to make sure that there's sufficiency of resources and don't lead to significant over-earning over the period. That is my belief. That's my understanding.
So, Mr. Jennings, what is the test? What is the test year? What is the test year used for? What do you submit?
Sorry, say that again.
I would like to get your understanding of this test year that you're using. Explain what you would say or what you mean when you say that the test year is used.
So I believe that the test year is used to determine the tariff to be set as the basis for this application.
And so when you
determining the revenue requirement required for this application.
Right. So let us look at two things, Mr. Jennings. Revenue requirement. What do you understand to be revenue requirement? What goes into revenue requirement?
So as I understand it, the revenue requirement is made up of the rate base multiplied by the rate of return to give you the required return, which is effectively the cost of capital, and the other operating expenses to give you the revenue requirement, or the revenue that is required to be able to deliver the cost of service for the safe and reliable supply of electricity.
And what do you understand to be the rate base?
The rate base, as I understand it, is the value of the plant in service at the end of the test year, of course, with adjustments for known and measurable changes.
Okay, so would the capital expansion in any way feature in the determination of this rate base?
So the capital expansion plan over the 5-year period is for the period after the test year. So it does not factor into the actual calculation of the revenue requirement in the test year.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jennings.
You're welcome, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Jennings?
Yes,
are you aware that in 2010, the decision, the FTC explicitly said they accepted the 5-year forecast for the purposes of determining the rate of return?
I'm not aware that that is what was written in the decision.
Mr. Jennings, I'm having difficulty hearing you though.
Sorry, I am trying to make sure that you can hear me. Is that any better?
A little better. Could you repeat, please?
Yeah, sorry, I said I did not have a copy of the actual decision in front of me, so I'm not aware that that was what was actually stated in the decision.
Okay, Mr. Jennings. My next question. If FTC is asked to start out from a position that's purely speculative and changing at the company's will, can the FTC really rely on them, on these, to actually approve a rate of return and revenue requirement?
Again, that's why the answer I gave was that, sorry, the City Council has his hand up.
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Chair. I do believe that that is an inappropriate question worded in terms of premises about speculation, which have not been determined in any evidence. I don't know that that is a question that the witness can answer in the form that has been put.
Yes. Okay, so public counsel, would you be able to rephrase the question in a format that the applicant would be able to answer?
I think I'll just move on to the next question, sir. If that's okay, sir.
So, thank you.
The next question. I'm not sure, I believe this might be for Mr. Jennings as well, but I'm not sure, it may be passed to someone else. Why didn't Barbados Light and Power Company comply with FTC's strong recommendation in their FTA findings in their FTA findings report that they should retire the steam plant as a matter of urgency?
So I believe that question was answered earlier today by either Mr. Graves or Mr. Seal. I can't even remember which one.
So should I ask them or ask you again, or should I'm not sure I know
Just move on, public counsel, thanks.
No problem. Who has the ultimate responsibility to determine whether investments will be made in electric plant and equipment?
So I believe that also was answered this morning, but I think it is the company. As it stands now, the company is who makes that decision.
Sorry, I'm not hearing what you're saying.
I said I believe that was also answered this morning, but it's the company who makes that decision. I think that's the conclusion that was reached. The company is who makes that decision.
I don't understand. When you say the company, explain to me. The company makes the decision. Who makes the decision? I don't understand.
So I'll try and...
The managing director, the financial controller, who makes the decision?
It is essentially the managing director together with quite a bit of information that would be supplied from various folks, such as the asset management group with regard to their system expansion planning, the operations group with regard to what they need to do to be able to continue to maintain the existing plant and carry out the mandate and the plans, and then of course the finance department that does that kind of brings it together and puts the full picture together and puts it in front of the managing director for decision. And then, of course, if he takes that to the board of directors to approve investment decisions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What is each person's level of expenditure sign-off authority?
So I don't have that in front of me right now. There are several authorizing officers in the company, and they all have varying levels of ability to authorize expenses. But typically, those expenses have first been included in an approved budget, board-approved budget.
Can I ask then, Mr. Seal, what is this? Well, this question really was for each member of the panel. So I'm going to ask Mr. Seal now, what is his level of expenditure sign-off of authority?
Yes, Mr. Aline?
Chair, I do believe that this is an irrelevant line of questioning. The sign-off authority of individual members of the asset management group in no way impacts the determination that the commission is presently making. No relevance has been raised or suggested in terms of this line of question.
Okay. So, public counsel, the objection is noted. Could you move to the next question?
So, sir, then you are in agreement then with counsel for the applicant then? So you're saying then I cannot ask the question? Because my rationale behind this is that these are supposed to be asset managers, and this is part of the decision in respect to the steam plant. So I did believe it was a relevant question.
So So the question in
Seeking your
relation,
guidance, Mr. Chairman. I'm
yeah,
just
so
seeking your guidance if
right,
you
in terms of
wish me
sign
to.
off, this is what you're asking about. In terms of sign off, maybe would be above them. This would more for the board of directors as opposed to the asset management team. So your question is in relation to sign off. So it is from that perspective that we're saying that this team, that would not be their mandate.
Okay, sir. I'll move along, sir. My next question. I am not sure if this is for, I believe this might be for Mr. Jennings, but if not, perhaps someone else on the team can answer the question. Okay. If the investment plans change after the decision in this case, leading to too high an approved revenue requirement, or ROR, will the company return to FTC to return the excess to their customers? Or will they gift this excess to shareholders as dividends?
So I believe that if they, in a very unlikely event that any rate awarded in this application results in over-earning, as I understand it, there are tools available to the company and to the commission to reassess that level of over-earning and determine what needs to be done with it. I wouldn't want to speak for how that will be done. And of course, to a point I think made a little bit earlier on this panel, I think one of the other panelists said it, that is more of a strategic decision that would probably be better posed to the managing director and not to us.
Thank you. My next question. What is the process for CAPEX approval?
So I could take a stab at that. Typically, the company does an annual budget. The different budget owners and different project owners would submit the business cases for the projects that they want to do. Those business cases would be supported by the rationale behind it. I think the chair asked a little bit earlier about that and kind of caught me a little bit off guard with a question, but nonetheless, the financial and non-financial factors be considered in terms of what's the appropriateness of the projects that are being proposed, what's the rationale for it, is it sustaining in nature, is it regulatory or environmental compliance in nature, is it safety related, all those types of things will get considered. If there are multiple options for different projects, we look at which is the most economic, which would have the best payback or anything along those lines. Those things would come together and factor into an overall capital expenditure program that would then get reviewed in the context of the overall finances of the company, get pulled together in a budget process, and then be submitted for review and approval by the managing director, and then of course take to the board of directors. And of course, I imagine the other panelists could speak to any contemplation around the expansion plan or capacity needs and that type of technical stuff. I just thought I'd give a high-level overview. I hope it helps.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Another question. I'm not sure if you will take it or somebody else on the asset management team, or maybe it will be referred to the managing director, but anyhow, here it goes. Various Barbados Light and Power officers have opined that the steam plant was not replaced by the 2010 Clean Energy Bridge for fear of stranding the asset. Given the costs that you projected for the 2010 Clean Energy Bridge, 32 megawatts of MSD, did you calculate the size of the potential stranding of the asset, like the cost? The reason I'm assuming you have these numbers is because you did say you were worried about the cost.
So again, I believe that this was also addressed in earlier testimony, but I think in essence, the summary is that the earlier testimony would have put forward the reasons why the retirement of the steam plant did not occur as contemplated in the last 5-year forecast. In the 5-year forecast that accompanied the last decision. And sorry, can you repeat the other part of the question?
I was saying to you, I was asking you if you had calculated the size of the potential stranding of the asset. Because you did say, I'm not sure if you said it or somebody did say that they were worried about the cost of stranding the asset.
Yeah, I certainly didn't calculate any size of stranded assets. I don't know if anyone else did, but I certainly did not.
Anyone else in the asset management team wishes to start at this question?
I cannot add anything to what was said.
Nothing further to add because at the time the plan was not built, so we wouldn't have a value for it.
Could you repeat? I didn't hear.
Suggesting that the time the plan was not built, so we would not have a value for it. So we're not able to add anything beyond that.
But I mean, this is just a comment, so I probably shouldn't even make it, but I figure you do some level of budgeting. But anyhow, let me go on to my next question. Okay. You had said, I'm not sure which one of you said it, but it was said at some point that you did not want to burden the ratepayers with the stranded cost. I also realized that at interrogatory in Exhibit BR 35, question 17, there was no answer to the interrogatory regarding how much fuel would have been saved had you replaced the steam plant, even though it may have been stranded. So can someone guide me to how much fuel would possibly have been saved had you replaced the steam plant?
We are unable to answer that because the plant was never built. We would not have had enough data to be able to complete that calculation.
Well, question then, how then did you come up with your 5-year forecast? Because maybe my choice of words of speculative was wrong, but a forecast uses what it does have to make that, to come to that position. So.
Right. So what I'm saying is that the plant was never materialized. The technology, the specific characteristics, the plant was never finalized, and hence we do not, at this point in time, we don't have enough information to be able to do that calculation efficiently.
A question though, so is it possible to model and project? Is that possible? Sorry, go ahead, sorry.
When we do our projections, we will assume certain characteristics of a plant as supplied by the OEM for whatever plant we are considering at that point in time. You're now looking back at a plant that had never materialized. As such, we would not not know what the actual failure rate on that plant would have been, what the availability, those sort of things would have been. So we would not be able to give a proper estimate of that to that request. It would not be a very easy analysis to perform. That's what we're saying.
So then perhaps I can say sometimes in the forecasting, there is some element of speculation in the forecasting.
When we do our forecasting, we do sensitivity to take into consideration variations in the actual performance of the plant, also variations in fuel pricing and other parameters. So that's we do the sensitivity analysis in our forecasting.
So isn't it accurate to say then it's not an exact science? Would that be an accurate assumption?
Any forecast, it's very, any forecast is exactly that, is a forecast. The actuals, when you go back and compare what actually happened in real life, very seldom they will match exactly. There normally would be some variations based on the actual experience at that point in time. So that is why we do sensitivity analysis on forecasts.
So is it true that you did have a tender out in 2009 in respect to the 32 megawatts MSDs?
Tender? Not to the best of my knowledge. It was never released.
Sorry?
To the best of my knowledge, that was never made. I do not recall that being made, put out into the public. A tender document was being prepared, but I do not recall it actually being made public. I could be corrected by any other members of the team, but my memory tells me that never was released.
Do you not have like historical fuel prices and actual sales data to model on, or specs? You don't have those type of that type of information, sir?
We would have historical fuel costs, which was supplied in one of the interrogatories. And sales data too. That was also supplied as part of the application or to one of the interrogatories.
So my question then is, could you not model using the clean energy bridge production information?
The clean energy bridge plant would have started operation on June 28th this year. And as such, then we do not have, we're now gathering operational experience.
But go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
So we have very limited information on that plant as yet. It's not even gotten to the point where it's had a number of it hasn't even run 6 months yet to get proper information.
Mr. Graves, I believe where the line of questioning is going is that the public counsel is asking in relation to your forecasting, to what extent you would have data from your OEM, as well as your historical fuel prices and things like this that enable you to generate the 5-year forecast. So I think that is where the line of question is going, to the extent to which we could rely on the information presented in your 5-year forecast. What are the components that would have gone into the preparation of the 5-year forecast in relation to fuel prices, as well as, in the case of the Clean Energy Bridge, you would have to use your OEM data to enable you to estimate. So I think public counsel is trying to ask if that is the type of arrangement that went into the calculations that were included in your 5-year forecast.
Sure, okay, I understand. So in terms of fuel forecast, we would normally look to the United States EIA division. They normally provide forecasts in terms of fuel prices out into the future. We would normally develop our fuel forecasts based on that, how they see the fuel prices moving going forward. So we use that. We will, as you correctly indicated, we use various parameters in terms of forced outage rate, availability, those sort of things are from the OEM. Once we have identified the technology, and then once we have identified the specific vendor, we will get that information from them, and we can include that into our 5-year forecast as well.
So, Public Counsel, I think that we get an understanding of how the 5-year forecast is prepared, so we can move to the next area.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I have just a couple more questions. Our analysts have suggested that the fuel savings would have been around about 350 million, which has now been squandered. So the question is, did the company compare what it would have cost ratepayers if an asset was stranded versus what it costs ratepayers in the loss of fuel savings?
Yes, Counsel.
Sure, if I may. We've already had evidence as to the inability to determine lost fuel for 2009 at this stage. We've also had testimony relative to the other premise that is involved in my friend's questioning. There's no way that the panel, based on the evidence they have already given, can answer the question that has been raised.
Okay, I was more interpreting the question to ask if there was any cost-benefit analysis conducted in relation to a stranded asset versus the cost savings that would have been achieved by continuing to use the asset. So I was thinking the same parameters that were used in relation to working out a sales forecast could have been used to look at what were the costs in relation to fuel versus the costs in relation to the asset being stranded. So I don't know, but yes, Mr. Allen. Go ahead,
Chair,
Mr. Allen.
I must say, you have an impressive manner in which you rephrase questions. It's a good thing you're on that side of the microphone. But what I am suggesting is that having the witnesses having said we didn't build the asset, so we don't know how the asset could have performed or what cost it would have fuel-wise, to ask them if they've done a cost-benefit analysis to information they never assessed would be a little difficult. But the formation, Chair, was quite impressive.
So, sir, then can I assume that the answer, sorry. So, Mr. Chairman, I was wondering then if the answer to the question is no, then they haven't done this? I thought it had been assessed in 2009, so hence my question.
Council, let's move to the next question.
Okay, my next question is, I'm looking at the Mott McDonald Study 2020, Barbados Generation and Transmission Master Plan. It is, there were some recommendations for the 5-year investment plan, references made to the study, paragraph 19 on page 1118 and 1119. Could you confirm whether the recommendations contained in this plan are being or have been implemented as we speak?
Yeah, I think Mr. Steele will be the one to speak to this.
Mr. Steele, should I repeat?
Yeah, could you indicate the reference you're making again? You said it's a Mott
paragraph 19 page 1118 and 1119. It is the Mott MacDonald Study 2020, Barbados Generation and Transmission Master Plan.
Yeah, what's the specific reference in terms of that document? Do you have like
I was asking you whether the recommendations contained therein, if they're being implemented or have they been implemented already?
Right, so you gave me the page. I don't have it exactly in front of me, so I'm trying to figure out which particular aspect of the recommendations you're referring to.
Well, when I look at it, it looks at the goal of moving to 100% renewable energy by 2030. And it speaks to the...
Well, go ahead.
Sorry, yes. So I was waiting now for your response. So you still don't have the actual paragraph I'm referring to?
No, I don't have it in front of me right now, but I'm asking the specific recommendation that you're speaking of because recommendations coming out of the plan, some of those would have been utilized and formulated in our 5-year investment plan,
So are there still some things that you haven't done as yet, or you're in the process of doing?
Yeah, that would be correct. Some will form part of our future plans. That's why we will perform a generation and T&D plan to inform our 5-year investment plan. So some, for example, would be in train and some would be future. Like, for example, I'm not sure which specific recommendation you're referring to, but I do recall that those recommendations would make the part of those recommendations were for battery storage, for example. So that is in process because we have issued an RFP for batteries and we are working towards implementing things like storage and also synchronous condensers. You will see those elements in our 5-year plan.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question? Does that help?
Yes, to some extent. I'm going to take you back a bit. I'm not sure if a hand will be raised, but I'm going to take you back a bit. I know Mr. Gray said that a tender was being prepared, but I am going back to say, what type of analysis would have been done? I know you said obviously the Clean Energy Bridge was not have been built at that time, but what type of analysis would have been done at that time? This would have been around 2009.
I cannot speak to that, as I would not have had knowledge of any analysis that would have been done at that point in time.
I have another question. Am I to understand from what Mr. Seal said just now that your 5-year forecast is not quite completed then?
No, our 5-year forecast is including no application. And it speaks to the requirements as outlined from 2021 to 2025, and is contained in the appendix I2 to I3, I believe it is, in our application.
Where anything, you have any? I have another question though. Are you aware that the company gave evidence about potential XTA savings when the new 32 MSDs were installed?
Yes, we are aware.
And I believe was this not done in 2009?
I was of the view that you were referring to the MSD savings from the Clean Energy Bridge from recently.
My concern is that it should not be that hard then to do the analysis. That's my concern. So that's why I keep coming back to this in respect to the analysis, because it does appear that the data and the information is there. So it shouldn't really be that hard to do any analysis.
So we've already explained the interrogatory that was submitted that is unrealistic to be able to make such a calculation and compare it to a plan that was never built. We've explained that on several fronts. What we can speak to are savings from a plan that is currently in service, which is the reason why we can clearly indicate that there are particular savings of the order of $30 million based on the current clean energy bridge, because we know the heat rate for that plan. We have some idea of its performance and characteristics, and we will continue to understand more about that. We'll be able to make projections on that basis, but we're not able to do that for a plan that was never built, because we have to make assumptions that are unrealistic.
So then, based on what you just said, can you give me some kind of analysis based on the CEB now? Is that possible?
Right, so that information is already being provided, where we signal in our memorandum of capital expansion that on the basis of a $60 US per barrel price, that the savings due from that plan is around $30 million a year.
So would you be able to say then, or comment on the potential missed savings between 2012 to 2021 then? Is that possible? Could you possibly give us any idea on that?
For which year?
Between 2012 to 2021, based on the actual fuel costs in that period.
We would have given a response to that in our interrogatories previously.
I'm not sure I had cited those, but could you humor me and answer me?
Mr. Chair, it clearly then will be speculation, and the concept of missed savings hasn't been defined. The witness has given the information. He's made reference to where information is. To seek to ask the witness to do a calculation to humor someone is speculative and, dare I say, sir, unnecessary at this time. The information has been presented for the basis of the calculation, sir. We can't humor anyone at this stage.
Please note it.
I'm not sure. Let me rephrase my word. Let me use a different word. I know you said it was in the interrogatories, but could you direct me to where it is then, if it's there?
I would have to check, but in the particular interrogatory.
Public counsel, while the others are searching, I would just like an idea of how much longer, because we're approaching 4 in the evening. So
Sir, I'm practically finished. I was just going to ask the chair if you could ask the applicant counsel how soon we will get the info. There's still some outstanding documents, particularly the insurance particulars in respect to the third-party assets coverage. I don't think we've received that as yet.
Oh, okay. So, right. So, in terms of your cross-examination?
Yes, sir. They seem not to be able to point me to the specific page, so I'm gonna end here, sir.
We would ask for that information that reference to be made available. Okay, so we'd ask that particular reference to be made available.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm being informed that the insurance information has been provided. A spreadsheet, sir.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I don't want to interrupt. I just wanted to be sure it's the insurance policy. We had requested the actual insurance policy. So I want to know if that's what's ready. Not a spread. It's supposed to be the actual policy that they have with, they said they have third-party coverage. They never said with which insurance company, but they undertook to provide the document.
Okay.
So is that what's ready?
Mr. Senator Boyce?
Yes, sir. The insurance documentation was regard to the expenses and the spreadsheet in terms of the specific. So a spreadsheet was provided summarizing the insurance in terms of the specific documentation that will be provided. So there are two separate aspects.
Okay.
So the spreadsheet with regard to the quantum and all that stuff, that has been provided. I understand there's a further request for a specific policy, and I believe that that is being provided as well, but not at this time.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Can I
Public
ask when,
Counsel?
sir? I just want to know when we will get them, please, sir.
Council will probably have to
As soon
inform
as
us.
it's practicable, Mr. Chairman, and all urgency is being dispatched to facilitate Public Council's request, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Mr. Jennings, earlier this morning, I think Mr. Simpson, just before we close, had asked if you would have been able to get some information, and with that, do you have that information at this time that we can just share that information?
If I recall, he had asked to confirm that the steam was fully depreciated at the end of 2017, and I checked and it was fully depreciated at the end of 2017.
Mr. Jennings, again, adjust your microphone. I didn't hear the response.
Sorry, Chair. Can you hear me now?
Very well.
Sorry. Forgive me. It's been a long couple of days. He had asked to confirm that the steam plant was fully depreciated at the end of 2017. And I did check, and it was fully depreciated at the end of 2017.
Okay, because, right. Mr. Simpson, do you have any additional question in relation to that? Because I think so that we can put that issue to rest.
Right. Yes, Chair. I actually asked for confirmation as to when it was deemed to be fully depreciated. So is Mr. Jennings saying it was fully depreciated as of 2017, or did this occur earlier than 2017?
December 31st, 2017.
Okay.
Okay. So no further questions on that, Chair. I had also requested, well, from my question, the difference in savings or otherwise from the retirement of the steam plant and transferring that base load to other assets. Not sure if that is available yet or if we have to defer
I have not had a chance to look into that, I'm afraid. I've been
okay. Thank you, Chair.
busy with this stuff.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So, why is this on the screen? Our apologies. Okay. Yes. So, yes, if you can just bear with us, we have a couple questions that we would like to ask the team now, so that tomorrow morning, Council, you would just come straight with your re-examination as opposed to that, so you would be well prepared for the morning. Any objections, Council?
No objections, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Griffith?
All right, so I think these questions are to you, Mr. C, because you testify pertaining to the energy storage device, and you also had indicated, I think yesterday, that you are planning to install a 45 megawatt ESD. So these questions is just to get an idea of the performance of the current ESD that you have. So in charging the batteries of the ESD, are there any losses in your charging process?
Yes, the battery has, from my recollection, I think an 85% round trip efficiency. So we are around 85 or 87%.
Right. So what's the percentage of AC energy delivered to the ESD charging system that actually is stored as DC electricity in the batteries?
So could you repeat the question? Because the round-trip efficiency takes care of that. So once AC energy goes into the battery, what it get then delivered, what would be lost would be of the order of around 15%.
Right, about 15%, correct. So the other question is, when the ESD supplies AC electricity back to the grid, is there any losses from the ESD discharge process and DC to AC conversion?
Other than the round-trip efficiency, it would be the losses through the transformer that takes it to the grid, but those losses would be minimal.
I didn't hear the last part.
I indicated, apologies, Commissioner Duff, other than the round-trip efficiency, the only other losses from my understanding would be that in the transformer that steps it up and take it to the grid, but those would be minimal.
And is there any indication of the percentage loss during that process?
As I said, those would be very, very small, would be minimal.
Right. So the other question, on the average during the ESD electric supply to the grid, what percentage of DC electricity discharge from the ESD actually is supplied as AC power to the grid?
What percentage?
Yeah.
I'm not clear. So in relation to what? In relation to the other assets, or?
No, this is still in terms of the battery supplying the power to the grid.
Right, so they mentioned it has around 85% round-trip efficiency.
Are there any losses in transmission of power from the generation source to the ESD?
Losses from the generation source?
Yeah, any losses in transmission of the power from the generation source to the ESD, because you're charging the ESDs?
Our total system losses are around 6%. So on average, you can use around 6% for the transmission losses.
6%?
On average, that's around what our system losses are.
All right. Are there any losses in transmitting the power from the ESD to the electric load?
From the ESD to, I didn't hear the last.
To the electric load.
Or to the load, which is to the grid. As I mentioned, there are minimal losses once it goes back from the ESD to the 24 kV bus bar, which is at Trent. And from there, it will then make its way into the transmission system and then to the load at 11 kV distribution.
So are the losses consistent with industry standards?
Yes, they are. As we have indicated in our testimony, our losses are acceptable and among the best in the world for transmission, and our station losses are also within the 2 to 4% range.
So the question was particularly to the ESD. So the losses in the ESD transferring energy to the grid. So just wonder if this is consistent with the industry standards. Not for the whole total system, just for the ESD.
Oh, okay, you're making reference, right. So typically manufacturers would indicate what their round-trip efficiencies are, and that's typical from our understanding based on the industry as it is. It's in the region of around 85 to 87%. And of course, various suppliers would give you what their round-trip efficiency is based on their design.
All right. Does the total amount of renewable capacity on Blpc's system ever exceed the load on the system?
Of renewable energy as it is, not currently. We would have given testimony previously that on a low load day, for example, on Sundays, some penetration levels for the RE can go as high as around 40 to 44%. but it does not exceed the existing limit.
How does the BLPC dispatch its renewable energy? I know earlier has spoken about merit order. How do you dispatch your renewable energy?
Right, so the renewable energy is taken in the form as must take, so to speak. In other words, we would adjust our portfolio of assets to allow renewable energy to be dispatched first, because the only renewable asset that we have full command and control over is our own 10 megawatt solar PV plant. So let's say that the 64 megawatts of distributed PV, that's dispatched first. And then, of course, then we would then make up the additional load from our assets, including the 10 megawatt solar farm. That would obviously be dispatched second in the merit order, and Mr. Graves would have spoken to the basis of our merit order proceeds with the cheapest unit first, and then the next most expensive unit in that order until we get to the top of the dispatch stack.
Right. So do you ever have to curtail your renewable energy output?
Yes, in some cases we have had to curtail our 10 megawatt PV plant. Because as I mentioned, that's the only plant that we have control over.
Right. And for what are the reasons that you have to curtail that?
Well, to deal with rapid fluctuations on the grid. For example, if, as you could appreciate, if a cloud comes over and there's a rapid drop from, say, 10 megawatts down to 1 or 2 megawatts, that rate of change can create an instability for the grid. So while our plant has the capacity, once it's set in the droop mode to be able to respond, think stations such as the steam that's set in droop and other assets would respond. But in addition, we would also curtail our PV plant to be able to deal with those fluctuations.
Right.
So, but of course, the battery responds as well to assist very short order. So the 5 megawatt battery also assists in those instances when there's instability.
So we can say then that the renewable energy does not always operate at its capable output.
Yes, that's the challenge with intermittent, because the majority of the renewable energy that's currently on the system is of an intermittent nature, and that poses a challenge.
Okay. So if BLP's fossil fuel generation assets are used to charge the ASD, and the ASD is not 100% efficient in its charging and discharging cycles, would using the ASD increase carbon emissions?
I would not say that it would increase it.
You wouldn't increase it. Just a couple more questions. Can you explain how fuel arbitrage works and the intended benefits?
Right, as mentioned, fuel arbitrage really relates, as you alluded to, whereby we would use our most efficient and cheapest plant to be able to charge the battery during certain hours. And then, of course, we would then use the battery to discharge into the network when the price of fuel is at its highest. So that differential in benefit then goes to the customer. We call that fuel arbitrage. In terms of the benefits, where you then displace the more expensive gas turbines, as mentioned, during the middle of the day, by using the battery in that particular instance.
Do you have any idea what the annual savings in fuel costs? Do you have any idea what the annual savings in the fuel costs the ASD has provided by using it for fuel arbitrage?
Fuel arbitrage, yes, that was in an interrogatory. We can get that information for you. In terms of the fuel benefits, we would have provided those VSD savings in one of the responses. So we can find that for you.
All right, fine. And one more question. How is your SCADA system used in managing your generation assets on the network?
Our SCADA system is mainly for command and control of T&D assets, but the various generation assets have their own control systems that regulate and also dispatch those assets. But the SCADA system, which is supervisory control and data acquisition, relates mainly to the substation and T&D assets. But we also do have sight through that system of the status of the generation plant, but the generation plant itself has its own control system. For example, gas turbines will have the ABB XNA, steam has its own, and LSD has its own as well.
I think those are basic questions. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm not sure if these are for Johan Graves or Rohan Seal, but I will ask it and feel free to jump in. In response to Fair Trading Commission's interrogatory sent on August 31st, specifically Exhibit RB32, Interrogatory 61, it is stated that the South Coast 11 kV underground feeder is being installed to secure redundant underground supply to the South Coast Sewage Project. Was any cost in aid of construction provided by the sewage project for this exercise?
Are you asking if costs from the sewage project itself?
Well, was there any contribution from the sewage project to contribute to this project? Any funds allocated?
No, not from my recollection.
Okay. What is the justification for a redundant feed on the South Coast Sewage Project?
Well, we would have viewed that as critical national infrastructure. As you may recall, a few years ago, we'd have had significant issues with regard to the implication of that project along the South Coast. And it is one of the areas that we review as critical infrastructure in terms of supporting both health and so on. So we would have determined that having additional backup and feed for such infrastructure would be necessary.
Okay, understood. Thank you. In response to Ministry of Energy and Business Development interrogatory sent on July 14th, question 5, subpart C, exhibit RB26. It is reported that the Clean Energy Bridge costs $141,453,175 as of 30th June 2022. This figure is greater than that included in the application for the Clean Energy Bridge, which amounted to $133,228,191 at Schedule C3, application page 697. Please explain how the additional capital expenditure was financially supported.
Yeah, I think that might be more appropriate for Mr. Jennings, but just to signal that the updated figure was one we gave up to June 28th, from my recollection, the high figure. But in the capital expansion memo, we did signal that the investment would be in excess of $132 million. But Mr. Jennings can also add to that.
To answer the question, it was financed through additional debt. We raised additional debt for that.
Okay, one last query. According to the memorandum on rate return Schedule F, application page 741, paragraph 17, the 2.78% cost of long-term debt is calculated based on financial data as of the end of 2020, together with an expected adjustment of $33.1 million of a committed but not yet drawn amount related to the Clean Energy Bridge generation facility. To date, how much of the additional committed borrowings has been drawn? Are you expected to draw any further amounts related to the Clean Energy Bridge?
So I I would need to check that to be certain. I believe all of that 33 was drawn. I would need to check to be sure. And then we would have had to raise additional debt to cover the shortfall given the increased expenditure.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all. And the time being 4:21, we adjourn. Council, just.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies. A few housekeeping matters. We note the speed or otherwise of the proceedings so far, and one of our witnesses, Dr. Phil Hanser, had indicated by his testimony he would have been available for the 6th or 7th, and if not 6th or 7th, the 13th. I believe in your lineup you have Dr. Adrian Carter to come next. The change in lineup sometimes confuses me, and I was wondering, in the context that I think Dr. Carter may have, to the extent that he's dealing with rate design, some substantial amount of cross-examination which may run, whether we can move up the expert so that we ensure that we get him in within the Thursday-Friday timeline. That's just my suggestion, noting his availability and also assuming that Dr. Carter will take some time on the stand. That if there's a need to run over, at least it will be with a local witness.
We agree that we will make that amendment. So tomorrow morning you will start by doing your re-examination, and then we can proceed to Dr. Hanser.
Thank you very much.
So we adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.